rest of them kind of get.
It's a little bit of terrible, but not too much.
As you
then
guys
they
can
get
see, this is
stressful.
what the bad guys discuss when no one's looking.
Exactly.
Nerd trivia.
Nerd trivia.
I'm
Hi,
not
everybody.
playing my nerd in here.
You are a cute little fluff.
A cute
You
little
can
fluff
die
ball.
again, you know.
How tall is Orin again?
We're in 6'2".
He's a cute, tall fluff ball.
He's like an inch shorter than Zeke.
That's why it's funny.
I know.
She is fluff ball.
He's literally 1 inch shorter than Zeke.
I think I'm canonically playing the shortest character.
How tall is Irene?
I don't have an exact height, but she has an aspect that's just tiny girl.
I don't
She is
remember how
fairly
short
short, actually, too, though.
Isn't Kira the shortest character?
Yeah, Kira is the shortest character across all campaigns.
Kira is tiny bean.
That's
fluff
because
ball.
Kira just turned 14.
Yep.
She's a baby. She's everyone's little sister. Must protect the baby.
Also,
nobody knows how tall Nicole actually is because she is always wearing heels.
Yes, she's wearing heels of some kind. So she's some height plus heel.
Yes.
So that means Kira would know because she'd math that out pretty quickly.
I mean, if Nicole has only worn, like, the last time it was, 6 inches, and then you just use the comparative height, and, I mean, you can work out her average height.
Mm-hmm.
That's too much brain power. I can't even walk and chew gum. Pass.
Oh my god.
What?
Don't worry about it.
What?
Everything's fine.
He chips on his own shoelaces if he chews gum too much.
Joke's on you. I don't have shoelaces.
On his Velcro, then.
That's right.
Well. Anyway, welcome to Dark Side of the Moon. My god.
Where's our body count?
I don't know. I don't remember what it is now.
It was 16.
Rookie numbers.
Oh, hold on.
Killed 10 people by myself. Step it up.
It was 15. Well, now it's higher than that. How many
It's
people?
definitely-
Zeke killed 4, Orin killed 1. So we're at 20.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yay! Look at our body count.
Yay.
Neat.
I'm so proud.
Wait, what's the GM surprise bad guy edition?
If I catch Lucas eating.
Oh.
Not gonna happen.
Right? Aren't you ordering food right now?
No, because I decided against it because it was really expensive.
Thought you said you had 20. You know what? Valid. That's valid. Understandable. Have a nice day.
And I already finished eating.
I had coffee. It's gone now.
I have Oreos. Anyway, so bad guys. I'm gonna go down the list, left to right on screen. Introduce yourselves, and then we will proceed. We'll start with tiny girl here. Who are you?
Hello, I'm Elta. I'm playing Cyrene, she's all right.
That's the worst.
She hasn't done anything wrong. You can't prove it.
It's because I can't prove it doesn't mean she's done nothing wrong.
And she has a lot of friends, and she's totally not building a cult around herself. Totally.
This is fine.
Note to self, set traps everywhere. Hello, I play a 6. Who is the trap master / quartermaster for the group.
Next.
Hi, I'm Raven. I play Kaide in All the Stars. I am playing Lucas.
Y'all know me. I am Arcana. I am the GM, and I am also playing this trio of monsters. Jace, Zeke, and Nicole, also known as the Harmonies. Next.
I am Ren. I also play Ray. Tonight I'm playing Callian. He's new here. He's fine. Everything's fine.
He has no melanin to speak of.
Listen.
Also, his eyes are purple.
He is a ghost.
I am a ghost.
He has 0 melanin to speak of.
He doesn't need that stuff. It's just at least the skin cancer.
Okay.
Right.
Next.
Well, I'm Jate, or Aubrey for some folks. I am playing two characters. One of them is she. She is a stalker, and the other one is Orin, and Orin is a bastard.
Professional
He is
bastard.
fluff ball, professional fluff bastard.
He's just a bastard, and is getting worse.
Indeed. So,
Has anyone in this group gotten better?
No.
No.
I just got here. Does that count?
Zeke's
Nah.
gotten stronger. Does that count as better,
No.
or does that count as worse?
No, I was asking morally.
Oh, morally, no, not at all.
I just got here.
Morally, no, this is a downhill run.
All right,
It's a-
awesome. We're all running the same marathon. Then.
It's a race to the bottom.
Joke's on you. I brought a sled.
Oh my god.
Anyway, so does anybody want to recap what the bad guys have been up to since their last get together?
I guess I can.
I have incomplete knowledge, so.
So the last get together ended with a wonderful surprise being left. Since that particular get together, there have been some kind of small activities, personal bonding sessions. Jace has learned to regret all of life's decisions. All
Ace
of
is
the
actually doing
decisions.
okay right now. He got cookies, or he's getting cookies rather.
He's getting cookies. He hasn't gotten cookies yet, and he's had a milkshake, but he's
After Zeke
still.
told him, "Do it, bitch, you won't."
Yeah, after Zig told him do it, but she won't. Jace finally learned how to talk to a girl.
Sort
So
of.
everyone can give him a round of applause. It's going very awkwardly, but we're all pretty sure that he's going to be able to get what he wants. Very
Yeah.
happy for you, buddy.
Right.
Zeke has been doing terrible, terrible, terrible things, and learning lots of new life skills, including the fact that Oren and Zeke went out and had a super best friends happy night of testing wonderful life skills out. Yeah. Thanks, Jace.
I appreciate this.
Sort of, it's been a lot of personal projects for a lot of team bad intentions. There's been some kidnapping, there's been some murder, there's been some more kidnapping, and some more kidnapping, and some more murder. And um, Jace has spilled many things on his keyboard.
Cool.
That's not kosher. This man needs a new keyboard for his
He
efforts.
eats on his fucking keyboard. It's his own damn fault.
Jace has a studio apartment, and his entire studio apartment is just his command station. There is nowhere to not eat over a keyboard in his
And yet,
apartment.
He's a busy guy.
and yet sometimes he's at the back of the dive bar.
Where it is also mostly keyboards and screens.
Roll your chair back like 6 inches. That's all you need to do, man.
He is working.
But then he might get into someone else's workspaces.
Work smarter then, bitch.
I think that's Taco Bell for something bad.
I think that's Taco Bell for shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's got to run pretty much the entire maze and also his personal franchise of Taco Bell.
He's a busy guy. Anyway, in that time as well, Speak as One has called in the inner circle. Their closest confidants and advisors to the voice, and have changed things up a little. And therefore, Zeke has called Team Bad Guy to the dive bar. Jace is already present, and Jace is going to roll stealth to see who doesn't see him, because that's, usually the
thing.
case. Yes. Who's the first to arrive besides Jace?
This is taking place after Super Best Friends Night?
After this is the next night.
Okay. Probably she would be the next in to arrive because she has a fairly good excuse, so she might as well arrive early.
Okay. What excuse is that, she?
Well, one of her teammates got kidnapped because Stalker 1 showed up and she spent the night running not just one, but two shapes. And she's really, really tired and she got told to take the night off. The whole team's kind of in disarray and in distress. And she was getting a little bit on the snippy and very, very unhappy side. And she got told to take the night off and just cool down for a little bit and not do anything rash.
As soon as you enter the dive bar, feel free to roll a notice.
Uh huh. She's not going to see him.
Nope. As far as you're concerned, there's nobody else here.
Are we in the back or the front of the dive bar?
Into the front first.
Okay.
All right. Next, Cyrene can show up. She saunter through the door, her face focused on a notebook she's writing notes in. Around her arm is a bag which has some cookies she made for this meeting in it. Would you like me to roll notice?
Please do. You do
No.
not see Jace. Nobody sees Jace
Jace is enjoying his anonymity.
for the time being.
He's thinking about Luna.
You do see Akai, or she rather, in the front of the dive bar.
Sorry, doesn't say anything this time. She just smiles and waves and sits herself on a bar stool and just kind of works on her notes while we wait for everyone else to stream in.
Hey, what are you doing?
She takes off the mask that she has because she always arrives in with that mask on. She'll take off the mask and kind of slide it into the ever spacious pockets that exist in fantasy and reality. Um, and once she's there, she let her hair down. You working on something? For all that she's supposed to be very, very upset and all of that, there's none of that visible on her face.
Oh, this just keeping notes of everything we need and keeping a running list of all the club members.
Very shortly thereafter, Nicole kicks the door open. Where is the booze? It has been the longest day. She marches in without paying anybody attention, does not bother rolling stealth or notice because she knows Jace is present. He always is. And she doesn't care. And she immediately heads to the shelf.
Do you want me to make you a drink?
I got it. Do you want anything?
Actually, yes. Whatever you can suggest.
The fruitiest, vodka-ist cocktail. And she begins to mix drinks.
Sorry, he leans over and says, I didn't know you could mix drinks, she.
I know a few things. Not very good at it. She will go to take one of the seats around the bar. She kind of looks to turn to just see and just look around and keep a watch to see kind of the back and front.
Who shows up next?
Six will.
Roll a notice.
Yeah, he ain't noticing.
You don't notice shit. 6, you arrive. You see she and Cyrene in the front room. And you see Nicole behind the bar, pulling bottles off the shelf.
Hello, hello, hello.
You drinking tonight?
Nope.
Square. And she will pour you a glass of Sprite.
I like how Nicole has dictated anyone's drinks now.
Does she make a specific drink for everyone?
Yes.
All right, we'll find this out later.
Nicole's a chemist. So yeah. She's
Everyone
mixing
is
your
getting
drinks.
Everyone is getting a specific drink.
Sprite is one of Six's favorites, though.
That's good. I mean, she would probably know that.
Yeah. Because, like, his workstation has a bunch of Sprites anyway.
So what are you guys doing? Akai, Cyrene, you see 6 step inside.
Been working on anything new recently?
Um, just trying to improve some of the traps to make them sharper and just figuring out new ideas for them.
I can tell you've turned the back room into quite the workshop. At least that's where I assume 6 is working, I should say.
Yeah. Yep.
6 has a corner of the back room, and the rest of it is dominated by Jace's bullshit.
I feel like it's an ongoing war where sometimes 6 has more, sometimes Jace has more.
He's got like traps and then like weird
Like a workbench.
mechanical stuff that he was working on. Blow darts. And there's other things too.
Does Jace ever take it like when he's doing his like when he's doing the some of the surveillance stuff? Does he just take 6's shit?
Probably.
He does when he's running low, but he always writes an IOU.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
I like Jace.
Jace has manners.
And 6 sometimes buys Jace burgers.
Jace is highly food motivated.
Yep.
Nicole sets a Sprite down in front of 6. She hands Cyrene a Cosmo and slides plum wine towards Akai.
Okay, we'll take a sip.
Cyrene gives a kind of raises her glass to Nicole before taking a drink.
Nicole pulls
Half
off.
expecting to be drugged.
That's later. Nicole pulls several bottles off of the counter and just starts dumping them into a bucket.
Is that one for you?
Making jungle juice.
Oh my god, Nicole, please.
How
Wait,
old
what's
is
she
Nicole
making?
again?
She's
Nicole's
making
20.
jungle juice.
Nicole's 20. She's definitely not legally allowed to drink. That's not going to stop her.
That's not going to stop any of our characters at this in this group.
Yeah, no, I'm just. I was like this age and already an alcoholic.
I mean, with the shit they have to put up with and that they do.
You've met her mother.
Yeah.
Well, her mom's like the nicest lady.
Right.
Sorry. Sorry, I felt a cough coming. My lungs are burning.
From all
That
that
sounds about
fucking
right.
trash you're talking. Okay, who shows up next?
Lucas will.
Lucas, you arrive. You see Nicole behind the bar dumping several bottles at a time into a bucket. You see Cyrene and Akai are leaning over what Cyrene's working on at a table. You see 6 is heading in. Roll a notice and see if you notice where Jace is. Nah.
No.
So you don't see Jace, but you do arrive.
He will go over and kind of sit close to where Nicole is.
You want a drink?
Sure.
You want to get fucked up, or do you just want to drink? She starts
I'll go
adding
fucked up.
She starts adding something else to the bucket. I do mean a bucket, like a large mop bucket she's dumping this into.
Oh my god. Fucked up, I think?
She uncorks a bottle of Everclear and splashes it in and then corks it and puts it back. Goes into the back, comes back with a ladle and starts stirring it.
Oh my god, this is gonna be horrible.
I mean, that's what jungle juice is.
Awful. But it'll get you drunk.
Your liver will never
Alcoholics.
recover.
All right. Orin, you show up next.
Probably, yeah.
Roll a notice.
Uh-huh. Oh,
You do see. Well, you kind of see Jace.
I can't legitimately roll any higher.
You literally could not. You kind of do see Jace. He sort of blends in, but he is sitting on the mantle, just watching everyone. He has a cheeseburger.
Orin will
He is staring at Orin as Orin steps inside.
Orin will make eye contact back and smile at him. Did you want a drink too? Nicole, dear.
I'm working on it. Where's Siki? Blacker. She does not translate for Orin's sake.
Do you want anything, dear? And he heads over to see what Nicole is working on.
The bucket. It
Yeah.
smells like too much alcohol.
Don't you generally need to cut that with some fruit, something to
She starts
he
pouring in a bottle of orange juice.
Orin is gonna look to see if there is fresh fruit around the bar.
There is a package of cut fruit. It looks like Nicole is getting ready to go for that next.
He'll open up the package for her and just slide it closer to where she is preparing the bucket.
She does not seem to take notice of it. At that moment, however, Mordecai walks in, and somebody is following him. Good evening, children. Jace has broken his stealth. He comes down from the mantle.
Evening, sir.
Hello.
Following
She
behind him is a new face. Go ahead, Shade.
she gives a nod, but she's kind of trying to tilt to see who is following behind Mordecai.
Who is following behind Mordecai? Hey, Trash Panda.
Right.
Rin.
He's
Was it
dead.
mouth? I wasn't muted. I don't know what you're talking about.
Who's
Uh,
following Mordecai? Go ahead and describe yourself.
He's a short, kind of scraggly kid with messed up black hair, purple eyes, no type of tan whatsoever. He's just kind of meekly peeking around Kai to look at these people. He doesn't say anything yet.
Our mutual acquaintance asked that we, show her new pup some hospitality. and he will usher Callian into the room. Nicole does not stop pouring alcohol into the bucket, but she does look up. Do you drink?
Yeah, sure.
How fucked up do you want to get?
All of it?
So not this.
What is that? I'll take that. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll just take that.
The smile on Nicole's face is not a comforting one.
He's gonna get super fucked up.
He is.
For the record, I believe everywhere Mordecai goes, he either has a whiskey in the rocks in his hand or a julep.
The first one is correct. Mordecai is perpetually carrying whiskey on the rocks.
It's an infinite cup.
In a glass tumbler, no less.
Lovely.
Of course it is.
I like this man's style. Let's keep him around.
He's a man of class, Don Provolone.
From the doorway behind Mordecai, looks like a new face. As Zeke arrives, and he's not alone. Mordecai steps to the side and gives Zeke a nod of greeting. Zeke approaches Callian. Callian, how tall are you again?
Not very.
So he's
He's
about
like-
a foot taller than you.
Probably. He's like 5'6", maybe. He's
Okay.
got those tippy toes.
So he's a little under a foot taller than you. Zeke is 6'3". He looks down at you. What's your name?
Callie. Or Ghost. Whichever one fits.
Who do you follow?
He rubs his necklace that he has around his neck and looks up and is like, I follow the end.
The Raper.
He gives a small nod.
Jace tilts his head.
Orin folds his arms and looks from Callian to Mordecai and then back to Callian.
Zeke glances sidelong at Orin. He knows that they had a bad conversation. What do you want, Callian?
What do you mean?
What's your goal? What do you want to achieve? At the end of everything, what do you want to have said you did before the end comes?
He thinks about it for a minute. He's like, I guess when the end comes, I would have been one of the ones helping bring it. Not much else than that.
Are you willing to follow a stalker?
I don't see a difference. I'm willing to follow orders.
Mordecai pipes up. I think you'll find he's amenable to your cause. Why don't I let you get acquainted? Good day, children. And he heads out. Nicole speaks up. Well, that was really nice of him, leaving him with a pack of wolves and leaving.
Num num num.
You're
It's
implying we're a
fine.
pack of wolves? I thought we were the nicest folks in this town.
I didn't imply shit. I said it straight.
Callian just looks around.
Sarini just giggles a bit and leans back.
Zeke steps to the side and gestures to a girl standing behind him. Akai, you recognize her.
Akai looks at Zeke and then sets her plum wine down and starts to move forward. She looks to Zeke, though, because she's not actually willing to question his decision to bring her here.
She's still suppressed. Don't worry.
Will she be staying here?
Temporarily. I'm not going
Will
to
she be?
hurt her, if that's what you're going to ask next.
No. I was going to ask if she's going to be coming with us.
I'm going to be standing watch tonight. We've got an extra pair of hands. We might as well make use of her while she's around.
Akai nods. She's not complaining, and she's not suggesting this is a bad idea because she trusts Zeke. I'm just gonna put my head on my desk again.
Zeke slides his hands into his pockets, nods to Flora to have her shut the door. So, things have changed. Should probably talk about that first before we talk about what we're doing tonight. Are any of you aware that upper management had a meeting recently?
Is Cyrene aware?
No.
She doesn't say anything.
The voice is shifting gears.
Orin pipes up. And what do we need to do?
We have some extra time, but as a trade-off, I've picked up a tale. Another tale. How many of you are aware of Thomas Peterson, Red Acres District Attorney? When he talks, I die on the inside, says Nicole.
Yeah. I've heard his voice, and it's cringe.
Oh, I think I had to drop off papers once at his office.
Ugh, I'm sorry.
She kind of cautiously nods. I've seen him around before. I haven't had an extended conversation.
Thomas has gotten it in his head that, I'm working for him. Or at least reporting to him on the whereabouts of the candidates. I'd like to move up our timetable of replacing him on the council.
Doesn't he tend to have assistants?
Mm-hmm. Brainwashed stalkers.
That does make it hard to penetrate his ranks.
I think he suspects something. But also, I really want him gone.
I think a lot of people want him gone too.
Well, there's still got to be a time he's vulnerable.
That's the hope.
Should it look like an accident?
No. It should look like the club.
Do you have a team picked out that you already want to frame up for it?
Zeke looks at Flora. Possibly. That all depends, because I know that the Gambler's hosts also have a bone to pick with him. When they were collecting information about me from the station and from City Hall, they also went looking for information about Red Acres District Attorney. So we could frame this one of two ways. Pin it on the club, or pin it on the hosts. They're getting cold either way.
You could just sweeten the pot and make it both.
True.
It would also likely cause an exacerbated response.
Are we ready to get rid of the club?
Not yet.
Probably best for the hosts then. I sense the voice is nearing the end of its rope with the club with the last event.
The trick here is that Thomas is not an easy creature to take down. He is a force to be reckoned with in and of himself.
When do we have time to kill him? How soon of his timetable, I mean?
Probably within the month. The voices pushed their necessity for Red Dawn back as a result of our interference at the relay.
If he has brainwashed stalkers, I can't imagine he does that process on his own.
He might. That's the trick.
If he doesn't, which is a big if, we could try to sneak one of our own in a botched process. But that would be
Possibly.
difficult.
And it would put whoever we slipped in at risk.
Serenity turns a few pages in her notebook. What stalkers are currently guarding him? You don't have to physically say if you don't know, Tara.
Zeke rattles them off. I have them written down somewhere, but I don't know which document they're in.
All right. Serenity notes down next to their names in her notebook to start pulling up all the intel she has on them.
From the names rattled off, would there be anything that Oren or she would recognize in terms of just general?
She probably, or less so.
Okay.
Any general characteristics that GM can share with us now, or would that just be for later?
That'll be for later.
Okay.
Zeke leans against the hearth. He's got his hands in his pockets.
I'll get a report to you on them by the next couple days.
Good. Tonight's not going to be about Thomas. It's going to be about preparing for Thomas. We're not quite ready. We need more information about him. So in the meantime, I wanted to try something with you all. We're going to be going after somebody else in the inner circle. And we're going to infiltrate their mind to collect as much information about their weaknesses, about everything that they've got their hands in, and every dirty secret by force.
If there was any casual tension to Cyrene's body, she just leans in, interest thoroughly piqued. This girl disgusts me.
You know who's the person you want to go after is, or a position?
We have a couple of options. My personal option, or the pick that I would go for, would be the weakest link. President of the PTA, Edna Lane. This is prep. Edna hasn't been spoken to yet, but this is going to give us ammunition to get Edna either on our side or out of the way. From here forward, we're going to be moving on the inner circle, either pulling them to our cause or replacing them as necessary. Any questions?
Nope.
Warren doesn't voice any questions, but he has a smirk on his face of, you really want to let me do this too, buddy?
Zeke raises an eyebrow at Orin.
What particular method are you planning on using for this one?
Zeke's mouth twitches into a smile. Something I've been practicing a lot of lately. I'm going to move you into position, and then you're going to dream walk into her head. I'll have to facilitate for you. This isn't something I can teach you how to do, but I can get you in. Sound fun?
Warren is probably actually a little familiar with that.
Mm-hmm.
But since Zeke isn't objecting to the thing that he thought there would be anything related to, he just grins and nods.
No objections from me. Sarini is overjoyed. She's getting introduced to a new way to toy with people.
This mission has two possible paths. You can either collect information from her mind and leave to use it in a social combat event, or you can do the combat in her mind and implant the ideas and suggestions that you would normally be doing with words. The latter is far more difficult, but with high risk comes high reward.
It's also much more fun. Sorry. No, the evil brain cell's just on.
This is the time.
One is going to be
This
more
is indeed the
effective.
time for it.
One is going to be much more effective, too.
Yes, it will.
I agree with the evil brain cell.
High risk and high reward, much more valuable.
Yes, servants with free will are overrated.
It's not that. You just make them do what comes naturally after you've dictated what that is.
You tell them what to think, and then they think that they thought it.
Is that not the best thing possible?
It is.
Changing hearts and minds by force.
Sarini likes to do that outside the brain. Now she's learning she can do it on the inside.
Nicole starts ladling spoonfuls of this garbage concoction into tumblers. Who wants some garbage?
Orin checks to see if she put the fruit in it or not.
I put half of the fruit in it.
Callian is gonna kind of drag his way over there to look in the tumblers like, I want one.
Nicole slides a tall, pint glass over to Lucas. Drink up, she says and makes eye contact.
Callian?
No, to Lucas.
Oh, God.
She said this to Lucas.
I'll smile at her and take a huge drink of it.
Roll your physique.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already started.
It's a 3.
Your difficulty is a 3 to not immediately get punched in the face by this thing.
Okay. Damn it.
You, didn't think you could get drunk this fast. He also slides a bowl of peanuts towards you.
He will start eating the peanuts.
You should probably have a snack.
Yeah.
Cyrene pats him on the back. Like, there.
He's more embarrassed himself. He was trying to impress Nicole and just fucked up, so tried.
She is impressed that he just downed a bunch of it.
Where's Jace sitting?
Jace is kind of leaning against the bar, watching Nicole with his eyes squinted.
Yeah. At some point, Cyrene does slide him the cookies she brought, and with a note on them that says, "For all the help on our last outing," with a heart.
Jace?
Yeah, because he was a lot of help, without which that would not have gone so well.
Oh, yeah. He glances up again. Which translates to, is there drugs in this?
No.
Are you lying?
She's telling the truth.
Okay, I had to
She's
check.
operating off the principle. The quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Jace is definitely food motivated. He takes one of the cookies and bites into it while he stares at Cyrene. Translates to thank you.
Everyone here is so untrusting.
Deke snorts. I wonder why.
I've been nothing but truthful with everyone here.
It's not because we're untruthful to each other, it's because we're untruthful at all. And we're good at it. So, there's a couple of things we need to do in advance. We need to get close enough that it's not going to knock me on my ass to move all of us into her dream at once. And we're gonna need some distractions. Not everybody's gonna be able to go in.
You know, some of those shadow puppies would be a great help.
They are not puppies, Six.
They're also still uncontrolled, aren't they?
They're loosely controlled by the song.
Grumble, grumble, I want one.
Nicole pauses. I could make a dog.
You could?
Probably. I need the equipment.
I mean,
But yeah.
I might have some of the equipment.
I need the equipment and some nightmare fuel.
Okay.
I'll write
I'm
you
sure
a
we
list.
can get plenty of that.
Nicole starts taking shots of the jungle juice. She then pours Callian a tall tumbler of jungle juice and slides it to him, and then also makes eye contact with him. Little boy, how old are you?
16.
Irene, make sure he eats something after this knocks him on his ass.
All right, 1 second. She goes to the back where she has some food prepped and brings back out a sandwich for him.
Drink.
He's gonna look at it and then just start guzzling the drink like it's actual juice.
Roll a physique.
The fucking boldness.
Oh god.
Roll a physique.
Yeah, well, it's been an honor serving with you.
All right,
guys.
Wraith, we're gonna kill your character in the first few minutes of this game.
Your
Sounds
liver will
about
recover
right.
later.
Callian dies of alcohol poisoning. F. Press F to pay respects. You start guzzling this, and like it starts burning your nose, and you like stagger backwards. You don't hit you don't fall on the floor, but the room is a little spinny.
But is it good?
Sirenny pats him on the back. Little boy likes a man's drink.
It's not great. Like, much the same as Ninja Juice, these things might taste good on their own, but combined they do not.
Jungle Juice, if you don't put enough mixers in, Jungle Juice tastes like paint thinner smells.
Yes.
With a slightly fruity afterkick before you get knocked the fuck over.
You kind of feel like you're gonna start breathing fire.
So he's gonna fall on his butt and cross his legs and just start rattling off all the other juices that probably should have gone into this. Just like a list of juice and or drugs and or medicine that would have made this taste better.
Nicole pats him on the head. She tries to slide a drink towards Orin. Orin slides, or not Orin, Jace, and then Jace slides it back. Fine. One of these days, I'm going to get you. Jace just stares at her.
Can Callian feel that Jace is a little like him?
Yes, you can.
Interesting.
You can feel a touch of death on Jace as well.
He's gonna stare at Jace for a little bit and then go back to naming like what else should make this juice taste better.
The touch of death on Jace isn't even the touch of R.I.P. It's just that he's dead on the inside.
Kinda.
All the shenanigans.
That is his trouble, touched by death. They didn't say which death or how or where.
Just that it happened.
Mm-hmm. Zeke
It's
fixes
from dealing
himself
with
a tumbler
Nicole.
of whiskey. I mean, yes, but no. I'm not gonna say that. We're moving on. Anyway. So Zeke pours himself a glass as well, not of jungle juice. He has fucking standards. And self-respect. And sips. You're actually probably going to want to be a little bit drifty for this.
Sirenny sighs and downs the rest of her drink. How drifty.
Roll a physique.
Well, she was just drinking the Cosmo, but still.
Oh, that's right. You were just drinking the Cosmo, so you're fine. For the first drink at least.
She is tiny, so I doubt she has a big constitution.
Not enough to get white girl wasted and pass out on someone's couch, but enough to be fluid, if you get my drift.
All right.
Akaya is going to go to her plum wine and finish off her plum wine.
After Nicole has finished doling out tumblers of jungle juice, she drinks from the bucket.
Wow.
For Orin, has he seen her do this before and
This
knows like
isn't this isn't new.
So he knows what point she needs to have an actual piece of food to take some edge off.
Yes. But you also know that Nicole has an extremely high tolerance for alcohol.
Yes, but he's still going to, if she gets to that point, he is still going to offer her some of the leftover fruit just put out and just be like, does she drink past what he knows that she does?
Not quite. She's almost at the line. And that's easy enough to tell.
Okay.
Callian looks very concerned.
Zeke just kind of silently sips his drink.
Is she gonna be okay?
You get used to it.
He's gonna
Nicole
look
has
again
a
and just sit there.
So was the one drink enough for Siren, or does she have to get another one?
She'll need another one, I assume.
All right.
If she drinks in any way comparably to Nicole.
Well, she doesn't drink that much, but she only does when the situation calls for it, i.e. anytime she's with anyone in this team, I imagine. Mostly Nicole.
Alcohol is kind of required.
Cool, dear. Well, would there be enough left for me to have just a little bit?
Huh?
Are you going to leave any?
She lowers the bucket. You want some?
For what we're doing, I'll actually need some.
She shoves the bucket into Orin's hands. Drink.
Some, not
Drink.
Making eye contact with her, he'll lift and sip from the bucket.
Nicole smiles, which is, again, unnerving, because Nicole's smiling is usually unnerving. It usually means she's planning something.
She's not doing the whole fist underneath to make him take more than he wants from the bucket, is he?
Roll me a random.
God damn it.
High she does,
Did I
low she
ask?
doesn't.
While Orin's taking his sip, Nicole...
God
says-
damn it.
Drink up. What's Cyrene doing?
Siren looks at Nicole and is like, "You're not going to require me, are you?"
For what?
Oh, never mind. And she reaches over to see if she can get some regular ass booze.
There's plenty of regular ass booze, but there are also like a lot of half-empty bottles of booze across, like scattered over the bar counter. Just what Nicole was mixing and didn't put back.
All right. Siren reaches for something just to drink a small amount of that's hard and sighs. She doesn't like alcohol.
Your assistance inside will be useful.
Always happy to help you, Zeke. And she takes a shot of some kind of vodka, I imagine.
This is to make it easier for me, because I'm going to be moving you in. But first I want to try something. Zeke has spent the past several hours stacking on Hand of the Chorus.
Yup.
Cyrene.
Yes.
Come over here for a minute.
Should her player be concerned?
It's probably fine.
Cyrene goes over because she's a good teammate.
As she does so, Zeke begins humming low in his throat, and in front of Cyrene, a shadowy, misty figure kind of shivers into being.
Impressive.
Cyrene, roll me your will.
What do I have to surpass?
It's contested.
Am I allowed to invoke a aspect after he rolls a contest?
No, if you're going to boost, you have to do it up front. I will say that what he's doing is not bad. He is showing you something. You don't get any sense that he is intending you any harm.
This motherfucker. That's not fair.
Zeke's fucking high as shit right now. Cyrene, you blink, and you're in the back room.
Is Zeke there?
He's not. You have shadows that sort of wisp over your vision, as if you had just been moved by the shadow creatures during an exorcism.
She holds her hands up. Now the question is, am I actually there? She gets up and goes out to the front room.
Zeke is now nursing a bloody nose. Oh, that worked.
How does Cyrene feel?
A little disoriented, but otherwise fine. And that may be on account of the alcohol, you're not sure.
Yeah, she gets him a tissue. Here you are.
Thanks. He stops the bleeding with the tissue, tipping his head back. So, that's why I need you a little drifty. Got it?
All right.
Has Oren been able to convince Nicole to stop shoving the bucket in his face?
Roll me a rapport.
Oh, God.
One more swip. Tip. I know that your tolerance is higher than that. Come on. She will eventually take the bucket back and finish it.
All of this. And you have put glitter in all of my shampoos and conditioners and soap.
Well, you found it.
Yes.
Cyrene starts giggling when she hears that conversation.
Zeke rolls his eyes. I fucking warned you.
Oren looks back over to Zeke. This is not my fault.
Nicole smiles.
Zeke, does our type of flowy matter?
Not really.
Cyrene goes over to the bar and whispers something in Nicole's ear. Tara knows what, asking for something.
Nicole digs into her purse. Arm.
She presents her arm.
Nicole pulls out an injection gun, presses it to the inner elbow of Cyrene's arm, and jabs her. Drink some water.
She says, "Thank you, sweetie," and gives her a kiss on the cheek and goes get some water.
Nicole puts the bucket down. It is empty. So, we're doing this? Mm-hmm. Here's the deal. Pulling them into the dreamscape is not going to be easy. And so I was going to pull a couple of them. Figure we could spread it out. Any questions?
Uh,
Go ahead.
where do you want me to go?
You're going in.
Okay.
Remember that our target is Edna, but anyone else that we come across, make use of it. Zeke stands up from the place that he had taken against the bar. Is everyone ready?
Do you need me on distraction?
EBD. I may need you to keep an eye on me.
Of course.
Am I going in, or do you want me to do something else?
I'm gonna need you to fortify the location.
Okie dokie.
I happen to know that there is a team of club kids that are targeting Edna Lane as president of the PTA. They don't know that she is one of the inner circle, and so there is going to be a bit of a mess on their hands. Your job is going to be to either remove the distraction of the club kids or make sure that they don't see anything else.
Okay.
Yeah, is everyone ready?
Absolutely.
Callian's gonna go put his tumbler in the sink and then come back and dust his clothes off. Like, ready?
Six is gonna go grab a lot of his traps.
Orin is going to regret his life's decisions that have led him up to this point.
It's fine.
Cyrene is reminding herself what's real.
Is this real life?
Nothing's real.
I'm going to take us to her house. Once Nicole makes sure she doesn't wake, we'll start. Jace, stay on comms. Jace steps into the back room. All right. Does anybody do anything else in the bar before you are moved away?
Kai's going to probably... She's probably going to, in case she is going to need to go in, she's actually going to grab a bottle and put it in her bag. Mostly because she's only drunk a plum wine. So she's not very floaty, which is possibly good, possibly not. In case anyone else needs a top off, maybe it'll work.
And can I activate a voice ability?
Yes, you can. What ability are you activating and what aspect are you going to use?
He's gonna put a stack onto Oblivion
Okay.
with "Death is not the end of service."
Okay.
I had to.
Okay.
Actually, if they're going in, can Orin activate his voice ability before they get ready?
Yes, you may. What aspect?
Let's see. Always better to play with your food.
Okay. Nicole is already stacking Hand of the Chorus.
And Zeke is stacked already.
Zeke is fully stacked.
I just remembered Cyrene doesn't have a voice ability.
Not yet.
Nope, we have red door.
That's a deck, not an
Or,
ability.
oh. I don't have an ability then.
You do not. Yet.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to do anything else? Lucas, you're gonna fire up Mimetic Legacy?
Yeah.
Okay. What aspect do you want to use?
Which one do I have an aspect that I can use for that?
Let me double check your sheet.
Yeah, I'm not sure which. I need to do his aspects.
Adrenaline Junkie could work.
I'll use that one then.
Okay.
Give
Okay.
myself a stack.
Does Akai still have dance shake it off?
Yes.
Okay, then she actually will activate that too.
Okay. What aspect?
I think in this case I'll activate it with I'm sorry, I need to check real fast on that one. She's never activated before, okay.
Wow.
Look. Could I activate it with Together We Can Save Them?
Yes.
Okay. Because otherwise it would be Senpai's counting on me, and I don't want to use that one yet. Mostly because I just hate having to use that one.
Hate, despise, anger.
Do.
What? More than Daddy's home?
I mean, Senpai is counting on you.
Yeah, I know. But right now, no. That conversation will be bad enough later, okay?
If you want to be more uncomfortable, Cyrene and Orin can start flirting again.
Or I won't do
Jace
that while Nicole is
screams.
there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sorry, Cyrene. His priority is Nicole.
His priority is he doesn't want to get killed.
His liver is very important. And she does
That's
indeed
true.
have a scalpel on her.
There's also the fact that he just drank a lot of that bucket because she wouldn't let him tip the bucket back.
Actually, Orin, go ahead and roll me her physique too.
I'll do the unstacked physique.
Yes, yes. Because she made you drink a lot of it, and so the difficulty is higher.
A 4.
You're pretty drunk.
Yeah, he knows.
You're not trashed. You're fairly drunk.
He is aware, and he's probably fairly used to this sensation with her.
Yeah. Substances are common around Nicole because gestures at Nicole.
Because Nicole.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nicole steps up to Zeke. Me first. And let us know when you're done. Zeke hums in his throat. The shadow appears and wreathes itself around Nicole, and she is gone. He looks around. So, any questions? Last call.
Not really.
All right, then. It does not take long for a text message to pop up in the group chat that says, all done, with several hearts after it. Okay. Again, Zeke will hum at the bottom of his throat, and multiple shadows appear this time. Take a deep breath and then let it out of your lungs, or this is going to be unpleasant.
Cyrene does as told.
Hallian's gonna also do it.
As is 6.
We shall assume that Lucas does as well. Go ahead.
Akai is familiar with the sensation, definitely does.
Zeke takes a deep breath. The shadows split and stand around you, and one by one, each of you is tapped on the shoulder. The shadow wreaths around you, and much like if you were being moved through the exorcism, the shadows obscure your vision and then flitter and flutter away to reveal the inside of a fairly nice house. And everybody seems to be standing around the dining room, sort of interspersed around the table. Nicole is standing at the top of the stairs watching, wearing a surgeon's mask and holding a needle.
Orin pinches the bridge of his nose as he kind of is focusing to make sure that he's seeing just one Nicole, not two Nicoles. 2 would be terrifying.
It would be very scary. There does not need to be 2 of Nicole.
No, there doesn't.
I can't imagine what Cyrene is saying right now.
The colors, Duke. The colors. Okay. What does everybody do?
Did anyone land in an embarrassing position?
Let's find out. Everybody roll me in athletics.
And athletics?
Athletics to catch yourself.
Oh, well, I'll talk to you later, boys.
You guys want to know something embarrassing?
Is it
Everyone has
unranked?
low.
No. Cyrene has 1 athletics. Jack has it unranked.
I'm blaming it on the jungle juice.
Callian ends up on the chandelier.
Amazing.
He's gonna look around. He's like, "This is fine."
Do you need a hand? Says Nicole, still holding up the needle. She does not indicate whether or not she is talking about the needle.
Yeah, if you don't mind it. I'm a little stuck.
Zeke and Flora appear last. Zeke sort of slumps against the wall for a moment, holding his hand up to his nose to staunch the flow of blood. Orin, can you get him down?
Yeah. Orin goes up to basically climb on the table and help Callian down.
Thanks. He's gonna slowly climb down with Oren's help. He's not a big boy, so it's not hard.
Orin helps him get down first and then comes off the table himself. Orin's a little off. As he looks over at Zeke with a kind of brow lifted as he's watching him slump.
Nicole moves over to Zeke, helps him tape his head back, and gives him something for the pain. You're an idiot. Thanks. Everybody here and got all of your organs intact?
If I say yes to one, does that count?
Close enough.
I'm here.
Lucas.
You almost caught me. I almost had a chip in my mouth.
Amazing.
That counts!
No, it doesn't. I
That
was not
spider
eating.
sits nose.
You admitted to it, though.
Yeah, that counts.
The virtue
it
of
was
silence is
almost.
needed.
Your brain was eating already.
It was not food.
Your
It
brain
was
was
not
eating.
food.
God.
I dropped the chip. Every single fucking time, I swear to
Every
God.
goddamn time. Zeke looks up at Lucas.
Yeah.
You set up shop on the roof.
And he will head to the roof.
Stay on comms. Keep she apprised of anything that happens. If anybody gets within a block of this house, I want to know.
Got it.
Zeke pushes himself up off of the wall. Wipes the blood away with gauze that Nicole hands him. Okay. That's the first step. Now we need to get inside. Cyrene, Orin, Nicole, myself, and the new kid will go in. 6, I want you to trap the place.
Got it.
Work with Lucas. Once the club kids show up, don't kill them. But definitely strike the fear into them. Make them realize that what they're doing is a failed cause. Plant
Do you
the
want me to maim some of them?
make sure they can get away.
Okay. Then I'll use coyote traps.
We're planting seeds of doubt in their club. Make sure those seeds get back.
Okay.
If you recognize any of them, let me know, too.
Just to keep
Yeah.
track of it, I'm going to go ahead and get the turn order figured out. Zeke is I'm gonna go first. Who's got notice at 4 or higher?
Nope.
I think only Nicole.
You might be right. Yep.
It's gonna go up eventually. Just haven't gotten it up yet.
Okay, who's got a notice at 3 or better?
Yes.
I also have a 3.
Yes.
Oren, what is your athletics?
Oren's athletics is a 3.
Allian, what is
Akai's
yours?
athletics are 5.
Both Oren and I have a notice of 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Mine's a 1. I was in a chandelier.
Lucas, what's your athletics? What's in your mouth?
Nothing.
What's in your mouth, Raven?
Counts!
Caught him.
I told you your brain was eating the chip.
For you.
What's Lucas's athletics?
4.
Okay.
Every fucking time.
Okay, has anybody got their notice at a 2?
Yep.
Anybody got their notice at a 1?
Yeah. I should probably move that up though.
Probably. And now we'll go at the end of the turn. Jace, your notice is also a 4. Okay, I think that's everybody. Just in case we need it. Okay. Nicole lowers the surgical mask. She's upstairs. She's in bed. She is not waking up. At least not for a while. I gave her a pretty hefty dose. Zeke nods. Okay. While the others get into position, let's get upstairs. Shay,
Yes,
you're standing watch.
of course.
If anything happens, I need you to tell me. I'll be both in and out. But I can't focus on out. So it's up to you to make sure that we know if things are bad.
Of course.
Zeke leads the way up the stairs, opens a pair of double doors into a large bedroom, and ushers everyone inside. We leave no trace, no evidence of our presence. 6. Wipe the place
Yep.
down before we're out.
Okie dokie.
Hey,
Is 6 our fucking cleaner?
I mean,
6 is basically everything.
6
No, cleaners are specific. When I'm talking about a cleaner, I'm talking about like your Hitman style cleanup.
Oh, probably, yeah.
It strikes me as his skill set. He can make a mess and then clean it up.
That's fucking awesome.
It seems to me Six is the kind of guy who does a lot of dirty work, so
He's the quartermaster, he's the cleaner.
Does that mean that he's got the rollout sheet?
Yes.
Awful. Anyway,
Look, I said I would mentally, I was just like, fuck yeah, that's awesome. Meanwhile, you're just like, oh, that's awful. I'm like, but no, oh, what?
I see the evil brain cells are all in full force today.
Are they ever not?
You're
I
asking
don't,
me
I
to
don't,
play Cyrene. What are you expecting?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm new here.
Welcome to Team Bad Guy. As everybody files into the room, Zeke gestures for everyone to find a comfortable place. I don't advise standing during this.
Warren is gonna go for, if there is like a sitting chair, he's gonna go for the fucking sitting chair.
Yep, there is.
He's going for the sitting chair, taking his hair, putting it back, and then putting his hood up so that he doesn't leave strands of hair at least.
Cyrene's
Italian,
going to sit herself down in a corner.
Italian is also gonna take a corner and pull up his hoodie.
Zeke takes a seat on a bench that's at the foot of the bed, leans forward to rest his elbows on his knees, and exhales very slowly. Dreamwalking is not easy, and we don't want her to detect our presence, so the first thing that you do when you get in is you wear a different face. I don't care whose face, not one of ours. You can throw shade at the club, you can throw shade at the hosts of The Gambler, or you could simply be a shadow. Start figuring out the
GM.
face that you're going to wear. Yes.
Does Edna have any kids?
Yes, Edna does have some kids.
Does Cyrene know of them?
Probably.
All right. If she has a daughter, she'll take that form. If not, she'll take just a form.
She's got 2 sons and a daughter, yes.
She'll take the form of her little girl because that's what Cyrene knows.
Okay. So
So
Hmm?
I was gonna ask to rehash for myself. The suggestions are either someone that she'd know, or one of the hosts, or shadows.
yes.
Okay.
Zeke is going to take his preferred form.
Uh-huh.
Is it French shaped?
No. Well, to some people.
Is it Walker, Texas Ranger?
It is not Walker. Walker is
Oh.
exclusive to Kira.
Oh, thanks, that's great.
Kira's special.
Orin is going to go for shadows because he has an idea and a plan, and it's terrible.
Okay.
Can he add another stack?
Yes.
He is going to do so.
I think Callion's gonna follow Orin's lead and just be a shadow and also get another stack.
I wish I could stack.
I wish I could stack too.
Gonna cry.
And get him good with a voice.
I'm trying, but he's got a long waiting list.
Orin at least already made the mention for her.
Yes.
Can I have a voice? Or no?
It's up to you. You don't have one right now, but you'll have to make those connections and talk one up.
Right.
Roof crew, what are you guys doing? Lucas, what you doing? Are you eating?
Sorry. No, I just spelled Coke all over my phone.
Oh, shit.
Can you come back to me? I
Yes.
gotta clean this up.
Yeah, no worries. 6, what are you doing?
6 is setting up his traps. Under every window, he has put down a coyote trap.
Okay.
Along with maybe a sleep dart?
Go ahead and roll me 3 mechanics rolls, and that'll aggregate the strength of your traps.
3 rolls or 2?
3. Okay. Okay. Your traps have a difficulty of 4 to either fix or even spot in the first place, and that is with disadvantage because they're hidden beneath the windows. So your traps are pretty well set up and hidden. What do you do next?
I guess that's it for now. He's just setting up traps.
Do you join Lucas on the roof or do you go somewhere else to hide?
He's probably going to, join Lucas on the roof.
Okay. Lucas, what are you doing up there on the roof?
He's probably just getting his crossbow ready. God. And just doing what Zeke told him to do.
Okay.
And add another stack.
Okay.
My bonus, can I take shoot?
Yes, you can. You can take either of the attack skills, shoot or fight for a physical conflict, or provoke or will for a mental conflict.
Can I take shoot and athletics?
Yes. Athletics would be your defense skill.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, in Callion's case, should he take fight and will because he's going inside?
If you're going inside, you are most likely going to want to boost the mental stats.
Onto Oblivion gives them more to deceive, but the
Mhm.
counter to that is will, right?
Yes.
So deceive and will is what he'll take.
Okay.
Can we scale deceive?
You can attack with deceive.
Yeah, you can. That's why I built this character around.
Hold on. No, like when I'm talking stack, could I stack a voice power with deceive?
It depends on context. If you're getting into a physical fight, you could, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Orin. Can I double stack deception?
Oh, you mean if your voice ability already gives it to you? No, you cannot.
Damn it.
No, you cannot
No.
get plus 10 stack to your deceive. That's
No.
busted.
You cannot double stack a skill.
So I can't do that either. So I'll
No.
go with
I will not have you take my niche away from me.
then I'll go just fight and will then because I already have a stacking deceive.
Okay. Okay. Zeke takes another slow breath. Is everybody ready? And does anyone have
Callion's
questions?
do not.
Akaya's gonna go into stealth.
Roll your stealth.
Okay.
Akai, you enter stealth. Anybody who enters this area will have to roll notice to spot you. Okay.
Lucas in their stealth as well.
Go ahead. Go ahead and roll your
Sorry,
stealth.
computer's being.
No worries. Okay.
I use Ghost and boost that to a 7.
Yes. Go ahead and burn the fate.
Okay.
Okay. Zeke evens his breathing, and it becomes a little bit more shallow as he crosses the threshold between waking and dreams, but does not fully step through. When he opens his eyes, they're shifting back and forth between gold and black. Close your eyes. Open your mind. Everybody in the room who is getting ready to dive in, go ahead and roll me your will. Your difficulty here is a 3 to step into the mindscape as Zeke opens the door.
Since Sarni's already under the effect of a hallucinogen, does she get a bonus?
You get a +1.
Yee.
Anybody who is moderately inebriated in one form or another, you get a +1.
So that'll just be a 5.
Yes. Callian, go ahead and roll it. He's going to need some help. Nicole crouches down next to Callian. Having trouble?
A little. You're gonna poke me, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Take a deep breath.
I love Nicole.
He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath.
Talk about your favorite kind of candy.
Sour? Oh.
Oh, stab.
Ow.
Okay, Callian, you have an additional boost with the help of Nicole's mind-altering drugs. I would not recommend opening your eyes.
Oh, great. Alright, cool.
Go ahead and roll again.
Did she give me another +1?
Yes. Okay. Zeke pauses to listen to something, and his pupils dilate. And all of you feel the tug, the shift of feeling as you're falling asleep or falling sideways into a soft place. And around you, the room shifts. You find yourselves standing in a dark hallway. There's a light overhead swinging to and fro. As you enter the mind of this PTA president, you know the type. She.
Yes?
Zeke's nose begins to bleed.
Kai's gonna hand him a cloth for that. Is he aware enough to be able to use it?
He is not.
Well, she is going to.
Senpai is counting on you, she.
She can't let Senpai down. She will take care of Senpai. I hate those words coming out of my mouth.
I, for one, think it's hilarious.
Oh.
Hey. You help with the nosebleed as everybody inside the dreamscape gets settled. We're going to go ahead and step into turn order just so that we can keep everything flowing and keep up with both sides of everything happening. Lucas and back 6, if you are watching, you may also roll me a notice.
That's boost his crap.
Lucas, you think you spot a tiny shift of movement somewhere down the neighborhood. You see a couple of lucid patrols. They're patrolling in pairs. That's not unusual. As they continue on their route. And as they pass by one of the hedgerows, you see something shift behind the leaves, but you don't see what caused the disturbance to the bush.
Okay. He'll just keep watch. See if he sees anything.
Okay.
Can I add another stack?
On your turn, yes. We will come to you in just a moment as we get the club kids out of the way. All right. We'll start at the top with Zeke. And as Zeke looks around at the others who are with him in the dreamscape, what does he see? Zeke himself is still wearing his own form, but it is slowly and subtly shifting. Nicole takes on the appearance of a veil of shadows. She leans against the wall and is obscured by the low lighting of the hallway. And occasionally you see the flicker of a Cheshire smile in the dark. And that's all you see of Nicole. What do we see of Cyrene, a small girl?
Yeah, she starts as herself, but quickly changes into people who are aware of name. Edna's kids to her daughter.
Hey. Oren, what form are you taking?
Oren is going to do his preferred trick, which is one of those unassuming background faces that's not anything identifiable. So, you know, when you can't identify someone in your dream, but you have that feeling, oh, I know that guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's pulling literally just the face in the crowd, but kind of edged on shadows. So that way, if he needs to, he can just step back out of it.
Okay. Hallian, what do you look like here in this dreamscape?
At first, he would actually probably be two different shadows before turning into one and just sort of being a veil of a silhouette.
Hmm. Zeke pinches the bridge of his nose, in and out of the dream. We have a little help as well.
Is that for both in and out of the dreamscape?
In and out, yes.
Oh. Oh my.
Oren will close his eyes. Akai is only closing her eyes briefly because she has to keep watch.
Okay. Comes out of here. You have the presence of a watcher.
I don't know why I didn't expect that. Well played.
In life, he was Amadeus Ray. In death, he is Zeke's watcher.
Man, that's tragic. Fuck.
He volunteered.
It's still fucking tragic.
It is. The Watcher is assisting here in the dreamscape, and therefore you now have a +1 to a future action that you may spend at any time for the duration of the session. Go ahead and mark that down. Okay. That is Zeke's turn. He has called in his Watcher to assist. Nicole's turn is next. She steps away from the wall. So, we are targeting her insecurities, her secrets, and her beliefs. We need to plant distrust and a need for a brighter future. Right, Zeke? Nicole will use her action to investigate and figure out where Edna might be found within her dreamscape. And she pouts. I have no idea where to look. Akai, it's your turn. What do you do?
Akai is watching to see how Zeke is doing right now. She only kept her eyes closed very, very briefly, but she did catch at least the message. And she is going to make sure that she's going to. Is this in the bedroom that they're in? Are there any windows?
There are a couple of large windows. There's a large bay window and then two floor-length windows on either side of it.
Are the windows currently closed or opened?
Closed.
Okay.
It is March.
That doesn't do anything in Redacre. She's super aware of this fact. She is going to go over and lock them so that they can't be easily opened from the outside.
Okay.
And make a note of which one she had to lock versus if they were already locked.
Okay.
And then she is going to look around and see, if she stays in the shadows, if she can spot anything heading towards the area right now.
Go ahead and roll me either a notice or investigate, whichever's higher.
Okay.
Zeke himself is doing better. His nose is no longer gushing blood.
Jeez, he's old.
You are watching out the window and you see the shift of movement kind of beyond the house in the woods behind the back door or the backyard. And you suspect that there are club kids that are getting ready to be in this area.
She's going to tap up on comms and point out the location with her voice kind of quiet. I believe they're moving in close.
Lucas, it is now your turn. Unless you're eating. Or you're muted.
No, I'm totally muted. Hardware muted.
Whoops.
A likely story.
No, I'm not eating.
Okay.
A
Lucas,
likely story again.
what is Lucas doing?
I add another stack.
Yes.
Okay. Can I roll a notice to see if I see any of the kids coming?
Go ahead and roll another notice, yes. Or investigate, whichever's higher.
Wait. Oh my god, Lucas, you're fucking killing me, dude.
You want to reroll that?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and reroll. What are you using to reroll?
Fuck. Eagle eyes.
Go ahead.
Come on, Lucas. Dichotomy, I swear to God. There we go.
You also, coming from the opposite direction that Akai had pointed out, spot movement further down the street. You see the glimpse of a glowing mask behind one of the bushes as they race from one bush to the next. It looks like there's a club operation starting.
Hey, it looks like there's a club operation starting. I saw some kids.
Is it different than the one I was pointing out too? Because Akai called out the one that she spotted to you guys.
This is a different one, or is it the same one?
It's a different one.
This is a different one.
I'll be able to keep this area secure, but I need to rely on you and 6.
There are traps under all the windows, so just be careful of that.
Outside the house or inside?
Inside. Inside the house.
Akai curses very quietly under her breath on the comms.
Doing anything else, Lucas?
I'm not. I'm
Good. All right. Oren, what you doing, buddy?
Well, we need to find Edna in her dream, correct?
You need to find Edna in her dream, but you also know that within the dream, there are other ways to interface with her mind. You can interact with her directly, her consciousness or subconsciousness, as her consciousness is asleep. Alternatively, you can try to breach her mind around her consciousness or like subverting it to access her memories or other information. So there are a couple of options that you can go for. Alternatively, everyone could go for different targets. Oren could ask what everybody wants to do.
Oren is actually going to do that. So we have a few things that we could possibly work on for getting what we need from her, yes? If she isn't very easy to find, why don't we start looking through them, looking for information? If we touch on memories, it might actually also bring her consciousness where we are as we're working.
Do that. In that case, I'll need to take us one step deeper.
I have an idea.
Go ahead.
Pretty good with medicine, and Nicole is too. We could use ailments as something afraid of, or something she has far closer.
We need to find out what that is first. We'll need to dig into the deeper part of her mind. But I think you're right in that it could bring her out, and then those of us who are better at breaking and entering can continue to fish information, while those of you with silver tongues, he looks at Oren, and then Cyrene,
Certainly ways.
Oren smiles.
can work your magic on her.
So why don't we start getting to the memories, start getting to the information, and then once she's drawn to that and starts creating, and he gestures with a vague hand, the fiction for the evening, we can change it.
Works for me. He will look down the hall, and let's go. And he leads the way off.
Oren is going to add another stack.
Okay, go for it. Burn the
Because we
bait.
might as well go all in on this right now.
Yeah, probably.
Let's see how bad it can get.
It occurs to me that Zeke probably stacked on Hand of the Chorus with his defense as will, not physique. Which means his will rolls are going to be fucking stupid.
I mean, Oren's is stacking will and stealth, actually.
I know.
Since I can't stack deception.
Zeke
so.
is high right now.
I know he is, the little shit. It's my fault. I'm sorry.
It is your fault, actually.
So I
Anyway.
said it's my fault. I'm Sorry.
So down the hall you go.
Yep.
Callian, what are you doing?
He's going to follow, and I guess would he roll or investigate to try to help speed this along as they're walking?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so
You can go ahead and roll to kind of feel out. You can either roll investigate or empathy to sort of feel out where the descent into her mind might physically be located in this approximation of a mind space.
okay, so first he's gonna burn a fate and get another stat
Okay,
onto Oblivion,
go for it.
and then he's gonna roll an investigate.
Okay, roll it. Okay. You can feel that at the end of the hallway, there is a descent that's very sharp, that it's difficult to spot as you're moving through this web. You can kind of get a sense of it as you're feeling the area out with your own mind, that it is very much maze-like, and that means that whatever is going to be of value is going to be at the bottom. So you know to look for the stairs.
He's gonna communicate that with the group and be on the lookout for some steps. Steppy steps.
Okay.
And
Cyrene.
that'll probably be it.
Okay. Cyrene, what are you doing?
Right now they're looking for her, right?
They're looking for Edna, and they're also looking for the entrance to her memories.
Alrighty. Sorry, just as you called on me, I had a moment of forgetting fucking everything.
No worries.
Sirene's going to assist with looking for Edna, since she'd be the one to help with deceiving her.
Go ahead and roll me either an empathy or an investigate, whichever is higher for you.
That's a lovely roll. I'm not going to alter it,
Fantastic.
though.
Okay. You're not
She's
really
never
sure.
been in someone's brain before.
This is all very new to you. You're not even sure where to start looking. The concept of like physical representation of a conceptualized mind is not quite clicking for you yet. But it is starting to feel closer and closer to something that you understand. I threw my pen. Okay. Do you do anything else, Irene?
At the moment, no. She's just getting used to the fact that she's moving, but also not. And trying to pick up what she can about this dreamscape thing. A lot of information's getting filed away for figure some stuff out later.
What you can pick up about this dreamscape is that Edna's mind is a series of hallways and offices. Edna's mind is very detail oriented. You can see that she files everything away very neatly. However, every single door has the duolith imprinted upon it. You see sort of the ghost of memories moving from room to room. Not memories that you can fully interact with, but you can see that it is some sort of shuffling system or transportation system for her working mind. And that she go ahead.
You say it's like an office.
Yes.
She thinks, well, in a perfectly ordered office, what you have is a secretary's desk with an index for all the files.
This is true. You're not quite sure
Uh,
where that office would be, but you do know that one such desk must exist here.
With that thought, I had an idea for how Cyrene will approach this, but I'm not sure if I'd be allowed to roll again.
You can burn a fate to buy the reroll.
She may just do that. Basically, what she's thinking of doing is, instead of looking like she's physically there, she's thinking, okay, this is a mind.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, instead of moving, we're just kind of trying to work with her brain of trying to find what needs to be found.
Mm-hmm.
And she even says to her, it's like something at the tip of your tongue. And I don't know how to explain this because we're already in an abstract world.
Get weird with it.
If she could, she puts her hands out to the wall, and she's almost trying to will the walls and the floors to work with her, because behind each door, it doesn't have to be what's actually behind it.
Okay.
And she's basically going to ask for the organizational room so she can figure out where to go.
So she's basically trying to ask the mind to rearrange itself to put her in the right place.
And she's already got the appearance of a trusted person.
I will allow you to roll an empathy or a will to try to impose that on her mind.
All right. I'm already spending the fate for the reroll. Can I spend a fate to invoke nothing is true?
I will allow you to take the boost, yes.
And I'll be using will.
Okay.
That's 7.
Okay. The door that you had looked at shivers, and then the door changes its shape. It had been a solid wooden door with just embossed, stylized lettering on it. A frosted glass pane appears across it that says secretary written on the door.
Well, I just found the way to where we need to go. I figured out how to find the things we need to find, and she walks inside.
Zeke will pause to wait.
All right. And I imagine this would give us access to her memories, not necessarily to where she is.
At least to where her memories were filed away.
All right. Sarini, I guess, grabs the physical representation of where her memories are and the summary of it and walks back out.
Okay.
Yes. I know. Now we know where we need to go. She smiles.
Stuff. 6. What are you doing, buddy?
6 is just looking around right now.
Are you just kind of hanging out, or are you looking for the club kids that Akai and Lucas have both pointed out?
He would be looking in one direction towards, I guess, one of the groups.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a notice if you're trying to spot any of the kids.
I know this is crap on him.
You think you spot movement in another direction from where Akai and Lucas had pointed out their respective targets. You're not sure where the movement went, but you did see something kind of flutter beneath a street lamp and then disappear.
Guys, there might be a third group. Maybe.
Can Akai check her phone to see if there's anything that's been sent out from the club of what they're doing?
On your turn.
Cool.
6, do you do anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Edna holds her action. The club kids are going to try to get closer to the building. Oh dear. I guess Akai, Lucas, and 6, not Baxter, 6. Go ahead and roll me your notice. Beat a 0.
Jesus. At least beat a 0.
Barely, but you did.
Look, all that matters is she beat a 0.
As each of you is watching, you see that the club kids are getting closer to the building, and in fact, they get a little bit cavalier as they slip past the lucids and sleepers and get near enough to the building that they think that they're like in the home stretch. And each of you sees that there are 2 club kids coming from each of the directions that you have spotted. There are at least 6 kids on this mission. You're not quite sure what the mission is, but you do know that Edna, for whatever reason, was targeted tonight.
Are they carrying anything like rotten eggs?
They're not carrying rotten eggs.
I got a 4. Can I make out what they're carrying?
In the dark, it's kind of hard to. But you are able to see that they have each of them has a backpack. And one of the kids is pulling a box out of his bag. Um, you have a suspicion that it might be audio bugs.
Hey guys, I think they're going to audiobug this house.
Ooh, it's gonna suck for them when they try to open the windows.
We might want to drive them out before they get that close. If they start getting up to some of the windows, they might spot everyone else inside, too. Remember, nothing odd can be looking like it's happening.
Shit, that's right.
Yeah. Is there anything we can do before they get up to here? Do you have something, Six?
I have some darts. I have noisemakers.
We need to make sure that we don't get attention from the voice as well.
Oh, I have a slingshot with rocks.
With rocks?
Yes.
Okay.
What else are you supposed to shoot out of a slingshot?
Many things.
There are so many things you can use a slingshot for.
Well, that's just what he has right now.
Okay. The club kids get another range band closer to the building, but are not close enough to try to break in yet. Before we start at the top of the turn order again, why don't we go ahead and take a real quick 5 to 10 minute break, grab snacks, grab drinks, use the bathroom, and then we will come back and continue this horrible night.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
We've been going for 2 hours? Holy shit.
Yeah, 2.5 almost. We'll be right back. Now we're really back for reals.
Ooh.
I forgot
For
to update this.
realsies. For realsies.
Okay. So let's return to the top of the turn order. It is Zeke's turn. Zeke takes a look at the information that Cyrene had collected. All right. Basement level. Looks like her office is down there too, so we might just hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Good job. He commends Cyrene, and based on the information, leads the way. Zeke
Made
leads.
Senpai happy.
Man, we don't need to have another senpai here. Or another person calling him senpai.
Sorry, he doesn't view him as senpai. Don't worry.
Thank God. Zeke.
Orin leans over.
Ugh. He leans over now in front of Nicole.
No. No. God, no. Nicole has a scalpel even in a dreamscape. He
Wow.
knows that.
Nicole is always armed.
Yeah.
Sometimes what she's armed with is drugs. Other times it's not. It's a crapshoot, but neither one of them are good options.
He doesn't want to take that risk. He's already gotten forcefully hammered.
Yes. Speaking of which, before we continue with the turn order, let me have everybody who's a little on the drunk side go ahead and roll me your physique.
Thank God I didn't drink.
This
Lucas.
Yeah, let's
Cyrene
chug a
need
bunch.
to.
Yes, Cyrene, you are still inebriated, just not necessarily with alcohol.
So the first one was a Kai.
Since she's not using her body, does it have to be will or it doesn't have to be physique still?
It does need to be physique because your physical body is what is being affected.
I'm glad that worked out because Cyrene doesn't have any physique.
Jesus. You are a lightweight.
She is.
She's a small girl. Okay. Everyone's doing okay. You're mostly stable. Cyrene, everything is a little drifty for you, but you're okay. You're used to being shot up with whatever that Nicole has. And so onward, Zeke leads down several flights of stairs to a basement, and he takes a moment at the door to Edna's office within her mind, the place that she files away most of her memories when or brings the memories that she would like to review and has access to all. Zeke pauses before the door. And Zeke holds his action. He glances to Cyrene and Orin. I'll let you two go first.
Orin will, with his nonsensical, he's going to offer a hand to Cyrene. That way it looks like he is someone escorting her daughter.
Cyrene smiles to the cock of her head and takes the hand.
Zeke melts into the shadows.
Now would be a good time for me to ask, how old is Edna's daughter?
12.
Awesome.
So you don't have to pretend to be a baby. Lucky you. Okay. Zeke holds the rest of his action. But he does enter stealth. Because of course he does.
Fucking hate when he enters stealth, god fucking damn it.
Zeke melts into the dark and is gone. At least visually. Nicole also enters stealth. Not quite as well as Zeke, but she also kind of vanishes. She also holds her action. Jace sends a text message to Lucas, Akai, and Six. Says 2 club operations, another inbound. keep eyes out. Remember not to kill.
Okay.
Jace is doing something in the background. Akai, it is your turn. What do you do?
All right. So Akaya's gonna try one. Can she stack again?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You can use your free action once per round to stack.
Awesome. She is gonna check her phone to see if she can get an idea of what kinds of missions that the kids are running.
Okay.
Is there any general chatter about that? Because that's gonna shift what she wants to try to do.
There is a little bit of chatter with a couple of the teams that are coordinating. It looks like a series of audio bug planting missions. Edna's house is targeted, the principal's house is targeted, and a couple of other houses are targeted for people who are in positions of authority who could be close to the inner circle or in the inner circle. But it seems like it's a broad net that the club is trying to cast to get as much information as possible before Red Dawn arrives.
Okay, so they're doing a crapshoot and they just accidentally happen to actually shoot the right fish in the barrel.
Yes. That is the
Okay.
sense you would get from this.
Okay. One Akai is actually going to shoot that information back to Jace so that Jace has it.
Jay sends back a thumbs up.
For the rest, so we know that there's a team that's going to be trying to get into Edna's house.
Mhm.
With that, and knowing where they tend to put these, can Akai make a fairly reasonable guess that one of them would be close to this bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Akai is going to go out into the hallway because she wants to
Don't forget you
make.
also have Flora if you need help.
That's true. Hey, Flora. Akai is going to crook a finger and wave Flora closer.
Flora has been instructed to follow your directions, and therefore Flora walks over to you.
Flora, I want you to go downstairs, avoid Six's traps, and I want you to make sure you lock all of the windows up, but only leave one window near the back door open. Okay? That'll make sure that we have the exact exit and entrance point we want them to try going for. Stay downstairs and be on a watch for me, but make sure you don't get seen.
Flora will nod and leave the room.
Kai should probably feel something about doing this to her teammate, but she doesn't.
We know, monster.
Hmm.
Akai herself is going to go take a position closer to the door so that way she can watch Zeke, but also watch the hallway and get the door partially cracked. She's going to basically kind of try to make sure she is really, really, really in shadows.
Okay.
So can she try to like double her stealth?
You can try to boost your stealth if you want to go ahead and roll me another stealth.
Yeah.
Half of what you roll rounded up will add to your previous.
So now that's a 6.
Yep. Your stealth is now a 6. It is going to be difficult for anyone to spot you. Okay. Does Akai do anything else?
I'm not sure that there is anything else she can do right now that wouldn't give away that there's someone waiting inside of the house.
Okay.
And I think she's got all of the windows up on this area.
Yes.
So she's narrowing down any entrance attempts already.
All right. Flora descends the stairs and follows Akai's instructions to the letter. And once she has finished locking some windows and leaving one open, she finds a place to hide and steps into a pantry and is melts into the shadows. Lucas, what you doing, buddy?
Um, how close are like the closest club kids to the house?
For the ones that you can see, the closest ones to the house are across the street. This street is laid out very much like the streets up in Hoadley are, where there is the sort of separation in the middle of the street with the bushes. They're kind of hiding behind those bushes.
I can't kill them, but they don't want them near the house.
They don't want them
I
near the
can't-
house, or they want them to be terrified away from it.
I can't.
You do also have access to trank darts and drug darts. Nicole would have provided you with those.
Ooh, so I could drug one?
You could.
That sounds fun. I want to do that.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a notice to see if you spot the club kid closest to you. You roll with advantage. This club kid rolls with disadvantage because they all rolled a 0.
So I'm rolling a notice first, right?
Yep, notice with advantage.
Fucking kidding me.
He rolled with disadvantage. So you see one of the club kids moving around the back of the bush and starting to move in the darkness towards the house. You see that this kid is kind of middling in height, kind of a stockier kid, curly brown hair, wearing a hockey mask.
Okay.
What do you do?
And can I add another stack?
Yes, that will be your free action.
It's fine. I don't care.
Okay.
Pretty sure. Okay, I'm gonna shoot the kid with one of my drug darts.
Okay, go ahead and roll a shoot.
5.
Are you hidden?
Am.
Go ahead and roll me your stealth. Let's see if this club kid even notices you at all.
Okay.
So roll your stealth first, and then I'll have you roll your shoot. I don't think this kid's gonna see you. Nah. Okay, this kid cannot fight back or dodge. Go ahead and roll your shoot.
Oh. 4. 9. Okay. Math is really hard right now. That's a 9.
You hit. The kid stops dead in the middle of the road and sort of staggers and then just sits down next to the bush.
Cool.
This kid's gonna have a bad trip.
I'm gonna load up another one of the drug darts and get ready to shoot the next kid.
Okay. That is Lucas. Oren, what are you doing, buddy?
Well, he's going to add one more stack because, of course, he is.
Okay.
And once he's got that, he has Fake Child's Hand. He's going to knock on the door.
Okay. You hear a pause, and then the door opens, leading you into a conference room. very much like you would find a PTA room. It's a conference room that's kind of got a speaking stage and a podium where the PTA president would conduct a PTA meeting. You see that there is an assembly near this podium, and it seems to be shifting, warping memories as Edna's construct itself, herself, stands behind the podium calling for order.
Do I need to roll anything to present the impression and the feeling that we belong here?
Deceive.
Okay.
Can I
All
offer
right.
assistance?
You may take a help action, yes. Go ahead and roll me. Actually, if you're helping Orin, then Orin, you may roll with advantage.
Okay. Mind games should also play into this, I think. I mean, I don't need to use. Wait, no, hold on. I don't even use mind games. Hopefully, this works because then I'll have lies upon lies. But let's see.
You are not making a mental attack. You are setting the scene.
That's an 8.
Edna will try to see through your deception. It does not. She pauses and looks up as you present her daughter to her. And she seems a little confused, but not suspicious at this time.
Does this inherently mean that I have lies upon lies active now against her?
Yes.
Well done.
Awesome.
Do you do anything else, Orin?
Is there, as he brings her daughter up, I want to try seeing if I could possibly learn an aspect from her to be able to use that to twist her later.
Right now, no. You used your
Okay.
action to make yourself appear that you belong here.
Okay.
And
So
reaction to add another stack. So you move Cyrene in her daughter's face up to her.
yeah.
Okay. That is Orin's turn. Callian, what are you doing, buddy?
So the memories are like all around them, right?
Yes. So you're kind of in an assembly area. You see that there are rows of chairs on either side of you. You guys are sort of in the aisle. And the memories are shifting between these chairs. They're moving in and out of places. It really does look like watching ghosts just kind of move around.
He's gonna try to use medicine to see if he can connect with any one of these memories to manipulate them.
I will let you use medicine to create an advantage for you. Because she is drugged under Nicole's cocktail. To connect with the memories, you're gonna want to roll either empathy, rapport, provoke, or will.
Okay, so I'm gonna stack, which will give me a +4, I think.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use it to roll an empathy.
Okay, go for it.
I reroll that.
Okay. What do you roll with?
Um, Actually, can I use survivor's guilt to reroll that?
Yes, you can. That's a good deal better. You begin to connect with one of these memories and it pulls you in. You kind of feel like as if you've submerged underwater. And you find yourself sort of drifting through an image of the voice pair, speak as one's voice, in a room with several children on their knees. Children, as in between the ages of 6 and 10, and you see that the voice is commanding some faceless, lucid doctor to administer something toxic to these children. They proclaim themselves justified in doing so, that these children are necessary sacrifices, and they will not be truly sacrificed as they will live on forever in the song. And you feel Edna's anger, her sadness as she watches and has no ability to intervene as the voice slowly unravels itself.
there a way that he can pull this out and sort of make it look to her as like this is what you're fighting to do?
Roll me a will.
It's my will at. Not high. Okay. Since I'm not fighting, I can't boost that, can I?
No, you still get the boost regardless. If you're boosting will, you get the boost.
Okay. And the boost is a +2, right?
No, if you took will as your one of your attack or defense skills, right?
Uh-huh.
Didn't you take will as your defense skill?
Yeah, I took it as my defense skill.
Yeah, it scales with your stacks.
Oh, okay. So then that's a 5.
Dichotomy's not your friend tonight.
It's not. Can I hold on? Since this is the mission and he said he would do what it takes,
Mm-hmm.
can I use Pain as power to add a +2?
Yes, I will allow you to boost. And with the boost, you have enough to be able to siphon the memory into your hands. And you're able to start beginning to shape the area around her while her attention is focused on her daughter and the figure escorting her to the podium. What do you do with the memory?
How would he be able to use it? Like, would he have to, like, present it to her?
You could present it to her. You could alter the area around you and her, therefore, subsequently, to reflect this memory. You could just pull aspects out of it to be used against her. There's a couple of different ways you could take it. It depends on what you want to do with the memory.
So what he wants to do is manipulate the area around Serene so that while she's looking at her daughter, she sees this.
Okay. So you want to kind of make it presented in such a way that it looks like Cyrene, with her daughter's face, is one of these children who the voice is getting ready to sacrifice.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Good shit, man.
The area around Cyrene wearing this child's face begins to shift, and as she's escorted towards the podium, Orin and Cyrene on either side of you, the voice pair strides. They kind of materialize into being. Their faces are difficult to place exactly. It's like the imprint or like tip of your tongue. You can almost visualize what they should look like, but there's something not quite there or not quite right. But they are on either side of you, and they escort towards her as another group of children sinks to their knees in front of you. She is now rolling will with disadvantage. Cyrene, it's your turn.
All right. Seeing these changes, Cyrene rolls with it. And something that she schools a face. That's something she's done quite a lot recently in her task of acting for the club. Is she puts on a face of fear and vulnerability. And since she's already kind of tapped into her mindscape a bit, she tries to almost not quite in front of Cyrene, but kind of call to the faint ghost those feelings. Sort of when you look at someone, you get impressions. She's trying to call to mind motherly protectiveness with her lying form. Yeah. And Cyrene says in a very quiet voice, like, Mom? Like almost as if asking for help. And which would work for that? Because I could use Tiny Girl because Cyrene's used to being projecting herself as vulnerable.
Any girl would work. Let me see.
And this would be a mental attack, I'm assuming.
Yes. Either Tiny Girl or that Sweet Girl Next Door would work as well.
All right, I'll use Sweet Girl Next Door then. I'll get a
Okay.
chance to use it that much.
Okay. Go ahead, and you're kind of going for a deceive. The case could, however, be made for provoke, whichever you want to take for it.
She's doing deceive.
Okay. Edna is going to roll her empathy. He does not see the deception. She sees her daughter, and Edna goes stiff. She blinks multiple times and looks between her daughter and Orin, this faceless figure, and then the voice, and then down at these children, and says, What is the meaning of this? Her voice shakes. Let her go.
Do you mind if I speak?
Oh, by all means. All Cyrene is going to do is she's going to start making tears start to form in her eyes.
You may speak, yes.
Okay. Well, it's orders. He's gonna just kind of with the hand that's not holding Cyrene's gesture to the fact that the voice pair is there. These are always their orders. That's what their orders are, right? He's trying to reinforce their orders particularly
Okay.
with the gesture to it being the voice pair, not the voice.
Right. Edna is shaken. Zeke and Nicole use their actions now to step into the room. And they begin to pull together these memories into a singular mass and condense it down and then tear it apart. They are breaking her resistance and her resolve by targeting her memories. What the fuck is Zeke at now? He's at an 8 before stacks.
He's at high as fuck. That's what he's at.
Okay.
This man ain't fair.
He's not. No. That's why he is a big bad. He is a bad man. Anyway, they begin to tear away at Edna's resolve as they thread through her memories. And all she is able to focus on or fixate on is the fact that her daughter is here and these children are here, and she watched those children stop breathing that day. Six, what you doing, buddy?
Honestly, I don't know what 6 would be doing right now. Just still watching, I guess.
You gonna hold your action?
Yeah, for
Okay.
now.
Okay, 6, you hold your action. Edna is unable to act. She is kind of stammering. She's trapped in a hell of her own mind, and she's not able to do anything. The club kids each try to get closer. The partner of the kid that Lucas had shot crouches down beside him, and Lucas, you can kind of see her shaking him and whispering. You can probably guess that she's trying to get him to get back up. We got to keep doing this. And after a moment, she says, "Okay, fine, I'll meet you inside." And then she heads towards the house. And she takes a move action to get closer to the window and finds it locked.
Can I shoot her?
She's not close enough for you to get a reaction. Not yet, anyway. She's not able to get into the window yet. That will not be able to happen on this turn, but she is going to come around.
Okay.
The next kid also does the same. So a couple of kids slip up towards the window and start trying to find ways inside. That is their turn. Zeke and Nicole are both going to hold their actions again, pausing to wait to see what support is needed for their fantastic show. And so we will proceed on to Akai. What are you doing, Akai?
Well, I had a terrible, horrible idea for how to scare the club kids.
Go on.
I will ask if it is possible to do this.
Okay.
Is it possible to pull up, for example, maybe pictures of previous stalks or previous corpses that Akai might have on her stalker phone and target a text to one of them that's not triggering sin, but just basically going, you know, it's been a long time. Do you remember their name? And see if she can start rattling them.
So you're provoking.
Yeah.
Okay. Which ones are you provoking? All of them?
Um,
There are 5 club kids coming at this house. One of those club kids is super drugged and is just sitting in the street, not having a good time.
does the one who looks like they're drugged look like they're coherent enough to answer their phone?
Probably not.
Okay. Their friend who just left them, can she get that person?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna add the last for my stacks to finish off shake it off stacks. Just in case.
Okay.
It doesn't give me a boost on provoke, but um what I want what she wants to do is she wants to send this to the person as they're leaving and then take another picture zoomed in as much as she can. Like, she actually might need Jace's help for this because she doesn't want it to show what angle she's actually at,
Okay.
but make it look like there's someone on the other opposite street side that then is seeing the teammate she just left behind.
You'll need to communicate that to Jace.
Yeah.
Because he will have to take a turn to do that.
Yeah. Akai's gonna tap the comms that they have. Jace, can you do me a favor?
Your phone buzzes. Yes.
Can you take a picture of the kid out there on the street that they're leaving behind from an angle that we're not at, maybe a different house. That way we can use it to make them think that stalker activity is somewhere else. And then send it to them and ask them if they're willing to leave this one behind too.
Give me 2 minutes, is the response.
She's going to send the first message prepped up with just a random kid's body with the "do you even remember their name anymore?" and send it to the girl who just left her friend.
Okay, go ahead and roll your provoke.
Okay. Let's see. Her provoke is not very high. Can I use I won't let you feel safe to give myself a +2 bonus?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. You see her pause as she goes to try the window and pull out her phone, and her face goes pale.
Should I roll a random to see if Akai might have managed to choose something that they might actually have recognized?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the look of recognition.
Oh, this is going to be even better than I thought.
Goddamn.
I'm sorry. She can't let somebody down.
Can't let somebody down.
That means all holds get pulled off. There's nothing off the table.
That's Akai. Lucas, your turn. What you doing, buddy?
And I tried to drug one of these other kids.
Sure. Which one do you want to drug?
How many are close to the house right now?
There are 4 of them that are close to the house. There is one in the front, and then she's looking at her phone now. She's kind of below you, so she's hard to see. There is one heading to the left side of the house, and then one heading to the right side of the house. You're not able to see the one that's headed to the back, but you can see either the left or the right.
What? Can I see what masks they're wearing if they're wearing a voice mask?
The kid heading on the right side is wearing a Die For You mask, and the kid on the left side is wearing a baby face.
I'm gonna shoot the babyface kid because I hate that fucking mask.
That's a valid reaction, okay?
You keep killing my brethren.
Jesus.
The Die For You kid.
Oh.
I was gonna shoot the Die For You kid. I thought about it for a second, but I'm gonna shoot this kid because fuck that mask. I hate that mask.
I used to wear that mask a lot.
Yeah, it's
I know. We wanted to kill you every time you did.
especially when it was bright fucking yellow
Ah,
with everything else you were wearing.
Do I need to roll stealth?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me your stealth as you go to get into position. You are not spotted. You may go ahead and take your shot.
Actually, can I add one more stack before I
Yes.
shoot?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay.
The,
11.
the kid reaches for the window and then stops and like staggers all the way backwards, like thuds against a tree and then sinks down to the ground, and starts covering his face. As like covering up the baby eyes as apparently he starts to trip balls. And not anything good. Okay. Anything else,
That's-
Lucas?
Nope. It's my turn.
Okay. Oren. What you doing, you fucking monster?
well, we're finishing off all that glitters for one. Because of course.
Okay.
With that, He's able to kind of read the way that his words are starting to hit and the way that the expression is starting to hit, perhaps.
You can tell that she is deeply affected by what is happening here.
Do they have a little, like, with that, does he have a little bit of a foothold for control to possibly make the voice pair flicker, fade in and out when he's speaking? I have an idea.
Roll me a will.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
All right. So he's going to start talking, and again, he's just leaning into the fact that he feels faceless and just always there. There's only one way that this doesn't keep happening to them. And then he looks down at Cyrene wearing her daughter's face. To her. And then they know that she has other kids, right?
Yes.
Are the other children younger?
There's an older boy and a younger boy.
And to your two boys, too. There's only, and while he talks, he wants the image of the voice pair to start fading out, like they're getting pushed away.
Okay.
There's only one thing you really can do. And that's change just one thing. And if you do, maybe you can start saving them too. Not everyone you've already killed. But you could save everyone else.
Roll your provoke.
Would it be provoke or deceive?
This is provoke. You are provoking.
Actually, I don't even need to. Well, no. Can I use mind games? You can use deceive in place of provoke while making mental attacks, as long as you are making a clever lie part of your attack.
Yes.
Would that also allow me to have my lies upon lies then?
Yes. Edna's rolling at disadvantage.
Motherfucker. I want to get the high one.
Oof.
Oh, that's a shift of 8.
Uh-huh.
Well, there goes the rest of her stress boxes. What's your will at?
It's a 4, but she's gonna start taking consequences now. Okay, that's Orin. Callian, what are you up to, buddy?
With Orin like front and center over there, is there a way to actually do a mental attack to sort of like reinforce what he's saying?
Yes. Orin is basically forcing her to reveal some of her intimacies or aspects. Her biggest intimacy is towards protecting children. She's the president of the PTA. Her life revolves around micromanaging and trying to do what she thinks is in the best interest of kids. So this is hitting her very hard. If you target those aspects of her, you can provoke her to do damage and chip away at her faith in the voice.
Okay. So I want to. And then Zeke and Nicole are like wearing down her memories already.
Yes.
So, how would I go about trying to pretty much attack in a way to make her see that as long as the voice pair is there, she can't micromanage. Like, she doesn't have that foothold.
You can reinforce it through the sense of almost freedom as the voice pair sometimes fades, and reinforcing the fear when their mouths open. You're either targeting
Okay.
her with a deceive or you're targeting her with a provoke, one of the two.
I want to do the deceive. So, which one would that be? The fear or the other one?
That's going to be the fear.
Okay. Then I will deceive and attack her with fear. It's gonna be
Edna, Edna is rolling with disadvantage still. Shift to 4. Edna takes a moderate consequence. She has no more stress boxes open. And she takes the consequence, my faith is shaken.
Oh boy. I'm also, well, I forgot to say this first, so I'm going to go ahead and max out onto Oblivion.
Okay, go for it.
And then that's going to be my turn.
Okay. Onward we go, Cyrene.
E.
What are you doing?
So Cyrene, sitting there as her daughter, it's there, and with kind of tears and fear on her face still. I thought you said this was safe. And she keeps her voice trembling. And Cyrene's going to pull apart her favorite part of lying. That moment where she shows that truth isn't real. That the truth is the words coming out of her mouth are better than what is really true. I.e., she's calling upon the aspect, my lies are better than what's real.
Okay. Go ahead and you're doing another attack.
Yes. And she already accepted my previous deceive.
Mm-hmm.
So lies upon lies is active.
Yep.
Plus that aspect.
Go ahead and roll it. You've got a boost. And don't forget you guys do have that watcher boost if you need it for the extra +1.
I'm going to use that +1 now.
Go for it.
Quick question while Serene
Yes.
rolls. Is my lies upon lies active now?
Yes, you successfully deceived.
Hooray.
Edna is, once again, rolling with disadvantage. Which is, at this point, just to see how many more shifts she takes. Seven.
And she's already at moderate.
She takes... In order to soak this, she has to take both her mild and severe consequences. Her mild consequence is mental exhaustion. Her severe consequence is faith destroyed. Zeke slides up behind her. And whispers one simple thing in her ear. You could still save them. And everyone. All you have to do is make the right choice. And Zeke is using his will to impose a new aspect upon her. He will use his Watcher bonus.
This motherfucker.
Look at that, it's only 12 shifts.
Only 12 shifts?
I'm trying to make myself feel better, okay?
I don't feel better.
This is
mean-
why it's good to not be on his bad side, right?
He's on our
I
side
have a-
right now.
I have a host of characters that are on his bad side by default.
Yes. Yes, you do.
I
Zeke,
have
Zeke dissolves, and Edna goes still, and cracks begin to form in the walls around her. Six, what you up to, buddy? You still hanging out?
Yeah, but 6 is gonna go and patrol inside.
Okay.
Make sure that no one was able to get in.
Go ahead and roll me a notice. Just roll positive.
Okay.
As you're patrolling downstairs, you do see that Flora has taken cover in the cupboard. And you also see a club kid trying to jimmy open one of the windows in the front of the house. And you see her pause and look down at her phone. And you notice on the left side of the house, another kid is trying to pry open a window into the dining room. Nobody has gotten inside the house, but you see that the kids are close enough to start trying to break in.
He's going to let the ones upstairs know that there are 2 kids trying to get in. And he's going to get ready a trank dart.
Okay. You hold the rest of your action?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you say, Kai?
I think I've got the one who's going in that back window. You said that there's 2, so
Yeah, there's one in the kitchen, or by the kitchen window, and one in the front window.
I think I've got the
kitchen. The front window is the dining room, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I've got the one at the kitchen a little occupied right now. You
Okay.
might- if you want to take care of the other one.
Yeah.
Okay. 6, you take position. Go ahead and roll me a stealth. And they will have to roll against you once they get inside, assuming they don't trip the trap. That is 6. Inside of Edna's mind space, she is sinking to her knees and sobbing as her entire view, her understanding of the world shifts hard. The sound of the instrument in her swells as she comes apart and lets herself break. She is open to suggestion now. Very, very open to suggestion. Which is where you want to leave her, as any subliminally implanted suggestion might seem a little bit too suspicious, and that it might be better to let that happen organically once she is awake and looking for an alternative. As she is now looking to gauge how difficult it might be to replace the voice. They're the ones that need to go. We will pause the turnover for just a moment as the group inside is now able to make a decision. You can try to harvest some of her memories to continue on later, in which case you'll need to roll will to pull those apart, but you know that if you do too much damage to her, she's not going to be a very useful pawn, so you'll need to be careful with that. Alternatively, you do have quite a bit to use against her now. You could ascend back out of the streamscape and help the team that's keeping the kids at bay turn this into a horror story for them.
Does Callian have the memory he pulled out already? Like, he can use that still.
You still have that, yes.
I think he's gonna stick with what he's got and look to the others. Like, he's ready to pull out.
Warren is going to look at Zeke and Nicole first to see if he can get a read from them, and then Cyrene. He doesn't seem interested in taking memories right now.
Zeke looks pretty ready to disengage.
What about Nicole?
Nicole looks bored.
Oh god, we need to get out of here. She's gonna start destroying something just to have entertainment soon.
Nicole is your timer.
That's hilarious.
Her attention span is the clock.
Cyrene looks like she could do this all day, but she has a look on her face that's like, we've done enough for now.
How about we not push our advantage?
Let's go then.
She nods.
Callian will regroup with them and just give a thumbs up.
Warren's gonna cant his head at what Callian has with a sort of very interested look. No, isn't that interesting?
It is. We can probably use it later. I'll remember.
Good work.
He doesn't fully show it, but the small bean is happy.
Zeke exhales very, very heavily. Are we ready to go?
Ready.
Ready when you are. I would also like to mention Cyrene's being the center of that woman's breakdown of worldview has just made her trouble a very happy trouble.
Excellent. Okay.
Great.
Narcissism has been fed.
Zeke closes his eyes and you dissolve in the mind space and the shadows twist around you and you awaken where you had left off in this woman's bedroom while she takes a drug-induced nap. As she is lucid. But sometimes they black out a little bit or, drink a little too much wine, as has been made to be the apparent case here.
These things happen.
It's fine.
Don't say that in the Zeke tone.
As Zeke opens his eyes, blood again begins pouring from his nose. Nicole rushes over to begin helping. So,
Can Kai tell that they're back?
yes, everybody has started to move.
Okay.
Cyrene has a very large smile on her face. So, what did we miss?
Looks like it's a club team that's about to try to do bugs. Jace is helping me with starting to get them a little bit on the terrified side. Lucas has started to drug some of them. 6 is ready in case any of them breach actually into the house. So far, none of them have gotten that far.
Have you gotten a look at them?
A couple of them are close enough to the windows. Right now, I've got all the windows up here locked. Flora is downstairs hiding in the pantry. She finished locking the other windows except for one entrance that I had her leave open. That way we could control where they'd be possibly going.
Cyrene sends a text to Jace asking if he has any idea what teams are moving on us.
Like, I did send over the club chatter she had, so Jace might be able to.
He responds Team Cyclone.
Cyclone. Okay. Since Cyrene's been in the club, can she pull up what information she has on them? If she has any?
You have a little bit of information. They're kind of a newer team. They're not super green, but they're definitely not as major veterans as some of the other teams that you guys have stalked in your time. You know that they run as a team of 5. You know that their leader had been a Seed the Grudge kid and had then gone the route of Dead Skeptic, and renounced all voices. And you know that one of the kids is a Die For You kid, but the others you're not super sure. They tend to just keep to themselves.
Don't know a whole lot. A skeptic, a martyr, and 2 others. But they're not as well tested as some of the older teams.
I thought they ran slightly larger.
They are. There's 5 of them. I suspect if we knock them off balance enough, they'll start to crumble.
Were there 5 or 6 kids that we'd spotted?
5.
Okay.
There had been 6. But as soon as the kid had been shot with a tranq dart, one of the kids at least, the 6th one had gone off and had left.
And we don't have any eyes on that one yet?
They ran.
Oh, they fucking turned. Okay.
They said, nope, not tonight, and said, I'm going home.
Smart kid.
There were 6. Only 5 of them are still out.
Yeah, that kid took the fuck off.
One of them, I think, is probably at the boxcar by this point.
They're on high alert. So, do what you need to do, and let's get out of here.
Kai will nod.
Zeke is going to roll his physique, which he is not boosting right now. He does not get up from the bench. He remains where he is seated. He's got his head tipped back. He's going to need a minute. This drained him greatly. But it was successful, so he's not complaining.
So basically, we need to run and terrify the shit out of the club kids while Zeke recovers.
Yes. Otherwise,
so
otherwise you're walking home.
We're on an escort mission.
More a tower defense mission.
Ah, great.
Brief.
I love those too.
A brief tower defense mission.
Hey, tower defense missions are fun.
Senti, I have to direct you on how you build your tower defense.
Not all the time.
I said
Not
some
all
of
the
the
time.
times.
Get Lamout on.
Shut up.
Okay. Zeke passes his action. He is recovering. Nicole takes her action by lifting the surgical mask again and pulling a gun out of her purse. And she uses her move action to descend the stairs silently. That's another
Oh.
stack of Hand of the Chorus.
Oh god.
Monster Stealth is a 4. Her stacks are a 4. Nicole is wearing stilettos, and yet she fucking
Fuck.
Holy crap.
They're the stilettos of the night?
The stilettos of the night, yes.
Stealth stilettos.
Stealth lettos? That doesn't work. Oh, anyway. Nicole vanishes. And goes to approach the kid that Lucas had first drugged. And just kind of sits down beside him. For now. That's her turn.
She stole what I was gonna do.
That's the one who's out in the road, right?
Yes, the kid that's sitting down next to a bush.
Did Jace get the picture before Nicole got out there?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Hey. Akai. It's your turn.
Does Akai have Jace's picture now?
Yes, she does. It pops up on your phone.
She uses that to send it over to the girl who's checking her phone right now. And the text message on the bottom of it is, "Are you going to forget about them too? I didn't."
Provoke.
Yeah.
Roll it.
Bonus again?
Bonus again.
Look, senpai is important. I hate this.
Don't let Senpai down.
She's doing everything in her power. I'm going to use the Watcher bonus on this one.
Right. 53. You see as she rubs her face and wipes her eyes, her face turns red with anger and just raw emotion. And she texts back, "What do you want?"
Can a guy talk to Nicole before she responds?
You can.
Nicole, would you like someone else to play with? His teammate who left him behind might come back if I want her to.
What do you have in mind?
What do you want to do?
I want to remind them that we could kill them. But we're not.
How about I tell her to go stand right next to her friend and have to say hi to you?
That works for me.
Akai will text back. Go back to your friend and say hello to mine.
The girl's face goes pale and she turns to start running, but she will not be able to do that until her action. Do you do anything else, Akai?
Don't shoot the one that just peeled off from the house and is running. She has someplace she needs to go now.
Have I ever mentioned it's creepy when you do that?
Akai just laughs.
Lucas.
How many are left?
There's a kid in the back that's still trying to get in, but you'll have to take a move action to see him since he's on the other side of the roof from where you're at.
Okay. I'll move over so I can get line of sight on him.
You shooting him too?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your stealth. Hmm?
Does Nicole have these labeled for him?
She did not. You have
Right.
a grab bag of random drugs.
Does Nicole know what they are? Did she just mix them?
Hopefully.
Maybe.
Is it like a hopefully she knows what they are, or hopefully you're just mixed?
She probably knows what they are, but she is doing stuff.
Okay. I'll just grab a random one. Yeah, and load it.
Roll me 1d20. Let's see what this one does. So random 1d20. Okay. You pull out one that's got like a bright pink color in the syringe.
Oh boy. Okay.
Of course she fucking dyes them. Tell me one of them has glitter.
Do you want glitter in your blood?
I mean, Nicole could do it for the ones that are lethal and then it wouldn't matter, right?
If it's lethal, then yes, but there's very specific requirements for glitter. You sneaking, yes?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll me your stealth.
Is my voice able to give me stealth?
Mimetic legacy? I don't think so.
It does.
Oh, maybe it does.
Oh god. I'm drunk. I'm not sorry at this point. Oof. It's an 8.
Probably not gonna matter. Nope. He does not see you. Hey, you shoot the kid with the bright pink, and he like stops moving for a second. And you hear him start whispering to himself, that can't be real, that can't be real, that can't be real. And he staggers backwards and like stumbles away from the house as he is apparently hallucinating hard.
All of these give out hallucinations.
In one degree or another, or in one form or another. Some of them might be like auditory hallucinations, some might be visual, some might be the kind of hallucination where you see things crawling under your skin. It's a crapshoot. Any of those is possible.
Interesting. That's my turn.
Okay. The terror is starting to sink in here. Oren, what you doing, buddy?
Well, Orin is coming too. Um he can't go play. Which means he is probably going to look over and just talk is probably his only action right now, but he doesn't have he doesn't have his mask on him. And these are club kids.
Ah. Yeah.
So he can't go play right now.
It would be unwise.
It would be unwise. But he can talk.
Okay.
So, Z, can I ask what you're planning on doing with her?
Zeke cants his head to the side. Suggesting. In
And
much the same way that I spoke with Kane, with candor, that the voice needs to go and I mean to see it happen. And if she wants to get on the right side of things here, she would be wise to fall in step.
do you plan on reinforcing with any of the other ones to ensure that they don't lose sight of their motivations too? Or are you needing to move on just what's left first?
Stepping stones. Some of them will be able to negotiate with, make them see reason. Those who I can tell are already unhappy with upper management. Some that need to be removed were stepping stones to them, specifically Thomas.
His stalkers will definitely be a problem for you and yours.
Yeah, they will be. That's where you come in handy.
Isn't it?
Favor for a favor.
All right. That is agreeable. Besides, it sounds like he would have interesting and hopefully at least entertaining help.
I would prefer they weren't killed, if possible.
Just recovered for liberation later?
They may have gone through some shit already. I wouldn't make it worse for them.
Oh. I can practice restraint.
We'll go after another batch of hosts after. No need for restraint there.
No, none there. And about your little club child.
You've got an
Flora.
interest in her.
I'm trying to see if something will work.
Go on.
Well, right now she's a hunter's child. Which is fairly valuable to have on hand in a pocket.
It is, yeah. Given what we need to do.
And if she ends up being lost by him, then she can always be fairly prime material for looking for someone else. He gestures to the fact that his eyes are gold now.
Someone with her interests in mind, yeah. That would work.
So either way, she's useful to keep in pocket.
Do you want to do that?
Well, I need to get her back from you in order to make sure she continues to believe it.
So you're saving her.
Of course. Isn't that what a mentor always does?
Fair enough. In exchange, I'll need you to do something for me.
What's that?
I may need your help with something. I don't know yet, though.
A favor for a favor.
Favor for a favor.
That sounds agreeable then.
Okay. Zeke's gonna roll his physique again. He is still a little woozy. He'll need a minute.
That's okay. Does Orin need to roll his physique?
No.
Okay, thank God.
Well,
Has enough.
no. Yeah,
He
you do.
does.
I forgot
Uh,
how much Nicole made Orin drink.
yeah.
While we're on that subject, should I roll as well?
Everybody roll. Anybody who had the jungle juice or any other kind of drug supplied by Nicole, go ahead and roll. Roll your physique.
Thank God Kai does not need.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, Cyrene, you're poleaxed.
Uh-oh.
Oh no,
Look, she just came out. She's also kind of high off of being. Yeah,
A horrible monster creature.
not the word she would use.
That's the word a human would use. But let's face it.
I don't know what she is, but it ain't human.
Okay, that is Orin. Callian, what you doing, buddy?
He's actually gonna get up and go help Zeke treat his nose
Okay.
so that he can use bedside manner and try to get him to shake off some of the mental stress.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your medicine.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my Watcher bonus on this.
Okay, go for it.
That'll be
Dichotomy is not your fucking friend tonight.
He's alright, let's see what kind of aspects I got left. I want to reroll with the other side of me does not agree.
Okay. Yeah, that works. That's your lay on hands side.
Yup.
Oh God, that's one hell of a voice combination.
Yep.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay. That's a lot better.
I know, right?
Dichotomy is not usually anybody's friend, but he's being particularly shitty tonight, which may or may not be a good thing if it's all happening tonight instead of tomorrow, or he's getting ready to fuck us really hard tomorrow. I don't know which it is, but it's not in the middle.
I'm hoping that Dichotomy is going to be on my side tomorrow. Sorry, guys.
Anyway. So, Callian, you help Zeke. You're able to help him tip his head back and, pinch the bridge of his nose. You're able to give him something that helps staunch the flow of blood and reduces some of the mental stress. And Zeke is slowly able to breathe a little easier. Thanks.
No problem. Just take it easy for a few more minutes, okay?
Yeah. Working on it. This is new for me.
It's usually how it starts, and then you get used to it.
If it can be gotten used to. Being able to move people through reality doesn't seem like something one gets used to. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
High hopes, low expectations.
Kind of flicker of a smile kind of appears on Zeke's face. Fair enough. You have earned some respect from Zeke.
Impossible.
And that's just gonna be his turn.
Hey, Cyrene, how you doing? You are...
The floor is eating you, and so is the air.
She's sitting down because normally when she feels like this, she's with Nicole, and yeah. But she feels pretty good, so she's gonna shut her eyes and say, I don't think I'm going to get involved today.
Zeke will glance over at Callian. You want to help him out too? Or help her out too?
Sure. You just sit your head back. I'll tend to her.
Thanks.
Did Nicole leave her bag?
She did, yes.
Nicole might have something like Narcan in her bag.
I would
Might
not
not.
recommend going through that bag.
Orin just has a look of, you're not a person who would know what you need to avoid, I guess. That's right. And hold a hand up in sort of apology of just probably go with that, Zeke said.
He's suspiciously eyed this bag, and he's like, yeah, at least not until I've talked to her and figure out what's in there.
Nicole's purse, by the way, is like a massive Dior shoulder bag.
It's one of those ones that can fit the kitchen sink and everything underneath it, isn't it?
Yes.
I thought so.
Yes.
Callie is concerned that there's enough drugs in that bag to make it heavier than he is.
Yes. And Nicole carries that thing around.
He's just gonna go with what he's got and tie up Serene. There's at least some sense of self-preservation still in there.
Okay. Cyrene, you can go ahead and roll another physique. Let's see how bad you're doing.
Does she get an advantage since she's getting some help?
Yes, Callian is helping you. So, with the help action, Cyrene, you can roll with advantage. It's better than a 0. Both are also better than a 0.
She's feeling better.
The walls are not trying to eat you anymore. So that's cool.
All right. That was fun.
You
Look like it.
You doing better, love?
Oh, I'm always doing great. She smiles. Nothing bad happened at all. This is a lie.
Show for a while.
Zeke takes a slow breath.
He's gonna help her sit up so she doesn't like dive into the floor or something.
She accepts it and gets up.
Over comms, Zeke addresses everybody. Whatever you're gonna do it in the next 5 minutes. We're heading out after that. And then I'm gonna need the night. There are a couple of rounds left. How do we want to terrify these horribly poor innocent children? 6, what you doing?
6 is still watching the kitchen now. Because of the guy that's in the kitchen window.
You're just waiting for this club kid?
Yeah.
Okay. So you hold your action for the club kid to enter the room.
Wasn't he the one in
Edna's...
the dining room?
What's that?
Wasn't he the one in the dining room?
No, there's one in the kitchen and the dining room.
The kitchen, Akai's maid leave.
No, that was the dining room. She was in the front.
Yeah.
Kitchen's on the side. Dining room was
Oh, okay. I had them backwards on my notes.
Okay. The club kids are, well, having a time. Club Kid 1 is still super drugged and is now sitting with Nicole as Club Kid 2 approaches and freezes, seeing her friend who is holding his head. And Nicole rather, leans around her friend and smiles. Hi, what are you doing here? It's out after curfew. The girl stops and holds her action to see if Nicole does anything. The kid, trying to get into the kitchen, finally pops the window open and climbs inside, and must roll a notice to not trip the coyote trap sitting below this window. Okay. The kid very narrowly spots the trap, manages to roll out of the way. 6. Your held action can now be used. What do you do?
Since he was standing right by the window, he's gonna poke the kid with the trank dart.
Okay. First, go ahead and roll me your stealth. Let's see if this kid notices you. It's not. Go ahead and roll me your fight. This kid goes down like a sack of rocks.
Oops. Have a good night.
Okay. 6 is
Thud.
Frank, this one.
He's
Okay.
also going to throw the kid out the window again.
Throw him outside.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. You huck this kid back out the window. The kid who is climbing in the back window climbs inside. And is hissing and whispering because this is the unfortunate child that Lucas tranked with or drugged with the pink stuff. And so this kid is having to roll a will save now because he is being compelled to claw his face.
I love Nicole.
He manages to hold himself together barely. His hands are shaking so hard that he can barely open his backpack, but he pulls out a single audiobook and slowly makes his way towards the dining room from the kitchen. Or from the living room, rather. One kid is inside. He is not doing hot. Edna's not leaving or doing anything, probably for a while. We come back to the top of the turn order. Zeke is going to roll his physique again. He is able to roll with advantage because he got assistance from Callian. Okay. Zeke is able to get to his feet. How's it coming? He will address everyone.
Would it be a notice to detect the person who made it into the house?
Yes, anybody who's inside the house can go ahead and roll on notice if you are looking for any kids. Club kid is going to roll stealth with disadvantage.
Callian's making sure the floor doesn't eat people.
Alien is a medic, and I love that.
Okay. Akai, you hear a window in somewhere in the house slide open. So you know somebody's got inside, but you're not quite sure where they are right now.
Someone made it inside.
How do you want to handle it?
I hate you. That was not a Kai, that was me.
I know. What's wrong?
Can't disappoint senpai.
Can't disappoint senpai.
How many steps?
Well, Akai.
We're waiting.
I hate you all. Akai is gonna draw up a little bit. She's still very, very hard to see, but because stealth. Thumbs up. The ones that are outside will be handled. This one, they can be scared. And we want to make sure that they're frightened.
You want
Lucas.
me to stairs?
I hate you again. Is her fucking trouble coming into play now?
You want to remind the audience what your trouble is, Akai?
Well,
The trouble is it's fine, I've got this.
Mm-hmm.
No, you need to rest. You've got something else you'll be doing soon. I can take care of this.
All right. Go for it. Zeke holds his action. Nicole drapes herself over the drug kid number 1. Hi, how are you? And she smiles at the girl and goes for a provoke, which is her attack skill right now. The girl goes stiff and she bows her head. Please let him go, she says to Nicole. Nicole smiles. And that's Nicole's turn. She is making this club kid beg for her friend's life. Akai, it is your turn. What do you do?
Akai is going to. Is she still in stealth right now?
Mm-hmm.
She is going to remain in stealth and go downstairs. The aim is to get behind the club kid because this is the one that Lucas shot up. And can she get a couple of seconds of observing to realize that they are drugged and that it's something that's hitting them psychologically?
Roll me a notice and roll me your stealth since you are moving.
Okay.
Hit 5 is rolling notice with disadvantage because club hit 5 is tripping balls.
So that's the stealth.
You are stealthed.
Okay. And then you said notice.
Notice.
Advantage?
Yes. You can tell this kid is drugged. His pupils are dilated to an extreme level. Like, his face is damp from sweat. He's kind of flushed. He is looking a little paranoid. This kid's definitely drugged.
Okay. Would it be possible for Akai, with the fact that she's got her mask on, which is that little Oni mask, kind of like just quickly run fingers through her hair to kind of make it look straggly, because she wants to kind of highlight looking like a demon in the darkness.
Okay.
And she's going to, while watching this kid kind of loom out, and just with her voice go, they're not gonna ever come back. They won't come back for you. No one will ever come back for you if you continue on. You sure you want to do that? You'll scream.
Roll your deceive. Or your
Okay.
provoke, whichever you want to roll there.
In this case, I think I'm going to do deceive, just because it's higher.
Okay.
And can I invoke my trouble for a bonus?
You may boost, yes.
Okay.
The kid drops the audiobook box and freezes.
If you run now, I'll give you till the count of 10 before I'll kill you.
The kid turns and runs for the door.
Kai starts counting.
Neat. Okay. Lucas, what you doing, buddy?
Oops, okay. Are all the kids drugged?
All of the kids are either drugged or tranked, with the exception of the girl that is talking to Nicole.
Okay. I guess, Lucas has done his job here. I guess he'll load up and start to leave since they're all meeting up.
Okay, you head down into the house, into the master bedroom again. Okay. As you head back inside, you see a kid like scramble out a window and fall over and like desperately try to get away as Akai is chasing them away. And in the room, Zeke's face is kind of bloodstained and he is taking a moment, still sitting on the bench.
Okay.
I'm good.
I'll just kind of I'll give Zeke a nod.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Nicole, finish playing with your food. Fine. You hear disgruntled string noises from somewhere below. Hey, Oren, what do you do?
From the understanding of the discussion, he's going to have to wait a little bit to rescue Flora and get her out.
They can just work out when or where.
Yeah. He's not going to try pulling it off right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is the main thing. So
not right this second, no.
No. So he is going to stand up and check and make sure that he is not still teetering.
Me a physique.
Yeah, someone should probably get Flora out of the cabinet first.
Akai will do that on her way back in because she's the only one who knows where she told Flora to hide.
No, Six ran into her while he was going to the
oh yeah, Six
kitchen.
did. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oren, you're still kind of drunk, but it's starting to wear off.
He's just gonna pinch the bridge of his nose and kind of like massage his eyes before adjusting his glasses. And just basically stand there. He doesn't have anything he's going to be doing right now. He's not dropping stacks yet. He's gonna keep them on.
Okay.
He is trying to pay attention because he wants to catalog sort of that feeling of particularly accessing and getting into the dreamscape because that's something he wants to talk with Creed about.
All right. Callian.
Yo.
Yeah.
He's just gonna stand up, make sure he's got all his stuff. He's gonna give Oren one of those like tiny airplane baggies of peanuts. He's like, for later, you look a little woozy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just not now. I think we have to still be, you know, to go back.
Yes.
And he's gonna give him a small nod and wait for Zeke.
Irene.
How's she doing?
Roll a physique.
Oh boy. You're gonna have me keep rolling these because I rolled that -2, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
She's getting better.
Much better. You can thank Callian for that. Nicole is busy playing with her food.
Callian, you are getting a reward later.
Yay, reward. I'm surprised he was able to hold the drink, to be honest.
Okay, and everyone's already been drugged and dealt with, haven't they?
More or less, except for the one that Nicole's about to, You're welcome to
Well,
watch.
while Cyrene does enjoy being cooperative with Nicole, she recognizes territory when she sees it, and she'll let her have her fun because Cyrene's had her fun today.
Okay. 6. Do you do anything else?
Since we're about done, 6 is gonna pick up his traps
Okay.
and
Put
clean the
the
area.
put the house back in order.
Yeah.
Okay. You are able to do that and head back upstairs. Do you take Flora with you?
Yeah, sure. He'll take her with.
Okay. Without a word, because she was told not to speak, Flora follows you up the stairs. Okay. Nicole. Sweet, innocent Nicole who could do no wrong.
Bullshit.
I don't think any of us believe that.
Pulls a syringe out of her pocket and injects the kid that she is sitting beside. And he starts to wheeze. Nicole gets to her feet, her heels clicking on the concrete as she walks up to the girl and bends down to kiss her on the forehead and put an antidote in her hand. You can take this and your friend and leave here, and he'll survive. Or you could fight back, and he won't. The girl takes the antidote, rushes to her friend, begs over the comms for the other kids to get out, to get away from this place. And she tries to get her friend away. And the kids leave.
Including the one Akai is chasing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the trinked one out the window can move.
No. That kid's kind of stuck.
Yep.
The other kid on the other side of the house that Lucas had shot sort of staggers over to find the one that is still has not checked in, does find them, and tries to carry them home. The club fails this mission tonight, and a seed of doubt has been planted. Zeke gets to his feet. All right. Is everyone ready?
Orin nods.
Yep.
Akai is heading back up.
Callian gives a thumbs up.
I forgot something because my
Mhm.
brain. Lucas would have done something.
Oh,
I forgot.
what would he have done?
I've taken pictures of all the kids that he shot to send to Glenn.
Okay. Go for it. Go ahead and roll me another provoke. Poor Gwen.
Would the club fail to trigger anything on Callian?
What's that?
Would seeing like the situation do anything for Callian, like mentally?
Um, roll me a will save.
Oh god. Boosted or unboosted?
Unboosted.
Do I get advantage or anything or a boost because I've been fucking with her?
You get advantage. Callian, you see this as a necessary evil. You want to help bring the end, and this isn't great. It doesn't feel very good, but it's what needs to happen.
Okay,
I want
you will remember this.
Yes, Lucas?
to either boost that or re-roll that. Do I have anything I can use to re-roll that?
Um,
That's I'm boosting my provoke after this.
You could use hit
Oh.
the mark to reroll.
Okay, I'll do that.
Since you're rolling with advantage, it has to be a reroll rather than a boost.
Do I re-roll twice again?
Yep, you just reroll the whole thing. There we go. Okay. Gwen is gonna roll her will.
Damn it.
She sends back an emoji of a middle finger. She's getting tired of your shit, Lucas.
That's fine. I've got like 5 more fucking pictures. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Everybody arrives back in the master bedroom of Edna. Poor Edna, whose entire worldview has been changed this night. She is not doing hot. But what do you care? You succeeded.
It's better for her that her worldview changed, otherwise she'd just be killed.
This is true.
Yep.
So really, we saved her life.
She should be thankful and give us all cookies.
Nah,
Why cookies? I don't know.
we did a good thing. That's what we should phrase this as.
Six
We
wants
did it.
cookies now.
Cyrene will
Cyrene
make
can
them
give you
cookies.
Heck yeah.
Jinx!
You free to mind.
Fine, you jinxed me. I'll provide you more Cyrene flirting later.
Yeah.
The weapon that cuts us both.
Jace
In
will
a
continue to
room.
forever hate it.
Jace is just slamming his face against his desk.
That was so good.
What I want to know is when they were flirting a lot in that rooftop if Jace was watching.
Jace probably left.
It was Cyrene's helm, so
then yeah, he definitely wouldn't have. He's just like, nope, I'm out.
I don't want to know.
Turns off the camera. Okay, Zeke gathers everybody around. I'm going back to the dive bar. After that, I need to disappear for a while. But you can contact me if you need me. Ready?
yes.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Zeke will roll his will to bring everyone back. His will is currently a 13, I think.
Jesus Christ.
He's stacked and high.
And he needs to go chase the dragon, so.
Yeah.
You see as shadows peel away from the wells of darkness in the room, in the corners, and from the ceiling, sort of melting into view, and they reach out and touch you. Your vision is obscured by the dark, and then it flits away, and everybody roll a physique because your stomachs are turning.
Because a lot of us sobered up.
Oh yeah, this ain't fun. It's not fun for him either.
Yeah.
I fucked up my roll.
Roll again.
Fucking damn it.
The second one is Orin, hilariously enough.
I use willpower overcomes and reroll that.
Yes.
You know, I wish I could reroll with dichotomy. Ate all my fate. He can take the one. He's had a long day.
Zeke is gonna roll his physique, and again, his physique is not boosted. It is his will that is boosted. As you come back to being in the front room of the dive bar, Lucas, you're nauseous. Orin, was the first one Orin or Akai?
The first one is Akai.
Akai, you're fine. Cyrene, you're nauseous. 6, you're feeling a little barfy, but you're not gonna throw up. Same with you, Orin. You're kind of nauseous. Callie, you're gonna be sick. And Lucas, kind of queasy. Otherwise, you're okay. Zeke drops to a knee, and blood pours out of his nose and out of his mouth, and he coughs. A splatter of blood against his hand, and takes a deep breath, as he just took a shit ton of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can Akai move to go help him?
Yes, you can. What do you do?
There's generally some basic medical supplies. First thing she's gonna do is give him a cloth for the blood, and then she's looking for the medical supplies and kind of trying to listen to how his breathing is.
His breathing is a little bit shallow. Just to give you guys an idea about what just happened, Zeke took enough shifts of damage that he had to use his 4 physical stress box and a moderate consequence to soak that shit.
Yeah.
He just took a fair amount of damage.
Yeah.
Because that was not easy. His breathing is a little bit shallow. His lungs do sound clear. It just seems like everything hit him really hard. And he is very much weakened, at least for the moment.
So,
We
before
can see.
Callian goes to puke, can he help Tenzek first?
Roll me a will to hold it together. And then if you roll better than a 3 on your will, then you can go to help him.
Okay, he's still boosted though, right? Because he didn't drop his stacks.
You are still boosted, yes.
That's gonna be
Okay, you can hold it down for now.
he is going to try to use his one of his last 2 fate to apply bedside manner again.
Okay.
To treat Zeke's consequence.
Okay, go ahead and roll me your medicine.
Yeah, I'm medicine.
Can Akai help?
You can
Callie?
give Callian a help action. Callian, you can go ahead and roll medicine with advantage. Akai is helping you. Roll twice. Okay. You meet the difficulty of the consequence that you are treating, and so Zeke's consequence goes into recovery. He starts breathing more evenly. The blood stops pouring out of his nose, and he tips his head back to clean up the rest of it. It's been a while
Callian's
since
gonna
I've been a medic on the team. Good to have you.
and I didn't end up in a chandelier this time.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks.
I just realized that I also have medicine at a 3.
Neat.
Oops.
Whoops.
Yep.
6 is just like there. You die, bitch. Not my problem.
I mean, 6 was outside most of the night, so it works. He used that medicine to clean up the mess.
Yeah.
Okay. Zeke is able to kind of work past the worst of it with Kellyan's help and goes to sink onto one of the bar stools. Okay. So, that was the first step. Why don't we talk about next steps?
from here, we start trying to work on Thomas.
Yep. We need to know everything we can get about his stalkers, the ones he has in rotation, what the rotation is, his schedule, the company he keeps, the places where he feels safe enough to dress down. I want to know all of it.
Okay, I'll start working on that. Right. If you have any way just to get me. Never mind, actually. I think I should have enough access at the moment, but if I need anything, I'll let you know.
Keep me posted.
Orin is going to quirk a brow at Zeke and sort of the silent, I think this is the one that I need to stay further from.
Zeke nods. At
I have
least
a
for
few things.
now.
I have a few things I can keep occupied with then.
The trick is that if he is connected to the song, it's going to be a problem.
Orin looks over to Cyrene. Cyrene, dear. You said you had some ideas.
I have an idea.
Oh.
The problem is not going to be disconnecting him from the song. There is no level of Old Tongue that will disconnect him. He's embedded in it. He thrives in it. He is zealotry incarnate. He calls himself the voice of reason. Zeke rolls his eyes.
And people say I have an ego.
No shit. However, I know somebody who can silence the song.
You do. Do you think that they might be willing to work together with us on that problem?
I doubt it. At least not with me.
Hmm.
I don't exactly blame them, but you know.
You do have a certain way about you.
He snorts.
Orin is grinning.
So we'd need someone else to represent us and offer the tantalizing deal of getting rid of a member of the inner circle.
And getting rid of her shadow's father. Her shadow is
Yeah.
Thomas's son.
You know, this might be something that could be better done through someone with a little bit more of a worldly view. He tangled with the hosts, yes?
He did, yeah.
The gambler's hosts might be more willing to
Accepted.
bargain.
They are hosts of the Gambler. They're good at taking risks. Stupid ones, but risks nonetheless.
This might be a risk that would be too good for them to afford passing up.
Given that they went in looking for information about both me and Thomas, yeah, it might be.
It might not be a bad idea to approach through that method, because if the hosts accept it, the rest of them probably will too, won't they? Or at least go along with it.
Suppose
If
as
they
long as I stay a mile away from it, yeah, probably.
if they thrive off of risk, we don't even necessarily need to be directly involved. Just like that first night, make an opening and let their desire to make an effort, a change.
We need them to make the opening. We need that silence.
Which means the keynote needs to get involved.
Why don't we just use pressure from trusted adult figures?
Would be interesting to see what she does. Zeke's pupils dilate. I hate everything.
Yeah, no, I'm patting you.
So why don't we work out how we can properly approach them and put forth a proposition? We'll probably have to keep our benefactor off field. They'll probably be a little cagey otherwise.
Here's a thought. You rescue our friend here. He will gesture to Flora. Put in a good word with her. Pass the message along.
He has a look on his face. Now that would mean that they would think that I am willingly associating with you. Did something change?
Not if you're doing it to stab me in the back.
There's that note of wistful.
One day.
Wow. It will be quite a message to pass along, and I'm certain my protege will be able to do so. After all, she'll believe it.
Am I getting yelled at?
Taco asks, is Orin British?
Yes, he is, Taco.
Get ready to get roasted.
That's fine. Orin puts on an American accent for the club, but his native accent is a British accent.
How embarrassing to admit to that.
I know, right?
What a loser. Anyway.
Damn.
He's an expat.
He is an expat.
So for now, in my
you're taking on the task of finding out everything you can about his stalkers.
His stalkers, any possible openings, strange dealings, where they went before they became his. The usual.
Alright, keep me posted. 6.
Yo.
I want you to work with Jace.
Okay.
You're working on traps. He's got some design input for you. Upper
Sounds
management
good.
has deployed something new, and you two can go at it taking them apart and using it for our purposes.
Ooh. Okay.
Hi. She
Yes?
doesn't know. He will, again, nod his head towards Flora.
My brain needing to reinterpret, she doesn't know is asking that Akai doesn't, or that Flora doesn't know about Akai's anything?
Yes.
She shouldn't unless there's any memory or retention. The only person that was getting mentioned was Abby Snowdrop.
Zeke glances up. And they suspect something then.
Goose Lou has been barking at everybody, but is thoroughly convinced that something is wrong with Abby. And he thinks she's suppressed. And he's telling everybody. Sorry, they're telling everybody.
Nicole has begun filling the bucket again.
Oh, no.
And pauses.
The
Guess it's
little
all on
one?
her.
She smiled.
Yeah, that one.
Hey, Lucas. You want to play a game with me?
Wait. What kind of game? Hello?
I gave him a toy. I want to use it.
To use it?
I want to see what we can do to make the little rat run. See what he does. Play with him. You know. Hunt him through the woods. That
Do
kind
you
of.
want to know about his friends?
I would love to know about his friends. That's right. They're your team.
They brought their brother to the boxcar. They got scared. And they have another friend that's named Shiloh.
Hello, huh?
They rescued Shiloh with another one of the members of our team. Key lime.
Oh. And I suspect he's really fond of these two.
They are. They're exceptionally protective of their brother.
That one I
And
know.
they went out in the middle of the night, the same day that we took
Took
out
them
all of
to the
those teams.
boxcar. I know. I was watching.
But they went out the night that all of the teams died to go after their friend. They were willing to go through that much risk.
I see. Well, are you in, Lucas?
Yeah, I'm in.
Excellent.
She continues to dump alcohol into a bucket.
Lucas is helping her dump alcohol into the bucket.
This thing is awful. It
Orin is
smells
sitting on-
like turpentine.
Orin is sitting on a bar stool and is not going to go near that because if he does, he thinks that she's going to make him drink again. His head has just stopped pounding.
That smells so bad.
All the
Nicole-
forcible teleportation and the hallucinogens. Sirene's chilling.
Cyrene is just vibing.
Cyrene has pushed a bunch of chairs together to make a bench, and she is laying on the chairs.
Pretty much. She's doing very unladylike things that are out of character for her.
Callie's gonna try to get some of this fruit that Nicole's probably not gonna use.
No. Lucas is gonna slip in and dump the fruit in, so it's not as bad.
That's probably
He's eating half of these before you get here.
that's probably wise. And don't drink that.
It's gonna try to dilute it as much as possible.
Don't do
Like-
that.
Don't drink that.
So like, he's gonna like put fruit and stuff in it.
Nicole reaches for the bottle of Everclear again. Zeke gives her a look. She pouts and puts it back.
Oh, thank God.
Zeke rolls his eyes.
God have mercy, it smells so bad.
No, she'd end up bastard when somebody's fucking says
There-
anything.
Are there 2 shot glasses, like the tall shot glasses back here?
Yes, there are.
Callie just stares into this bucket.
I have a really bad idea, and I don't know if. You know what? Fuck it. Lucas is gonna get the Everclear, pour Nicole and him like one of those two tall shots and hand it to her.
Callie just stares at Lucas.
She clanks her shot glass with Lucas's and shoots it, and is unfazed.
God.
Six just throws his hands in the air. What the f-
No,
No.
Callie just stares at Nicole. This is fine.
Look, I'm not expecting to live long enough for my liver to give out, so that's fine.
At this point, I'm not sure if it hasn't. It's gone. It's
Already
probably gone.
shriveled up and gone.
I
You know,
Lucas, go ahead and roll me a physique. All right, you're handling it okay.
I was just gonna grab some fruit juice and go find a nice dark corner to sleep in.
This is fine. Zeke will finally get to his feet again. He is still a little wobbly. He is okay though. The shifts of stress that he took for this are slowly wearing off. He takes a deep breath. All right. Next assignments. Cyrene, you know what you're doing. Do you have any questions?
None so far.
Six. Any questions from you?
Nope.
Lucas, I assume you're going to help Nicole with her bullshit.
yeah.
You call it bullshit, I call it hilarious.
It's art.
You.
You
Okay.
said you?
Yes.
What do you want to do for this?
What do you need?
Support, eyes in the club. And be ready to move at a moment's notice.
Anything else?
No drop. You think they're getting close?
Is he referring to the club or figuring things out?
Referring to the club finding out about Abby. He knows that Lou is aware because that's what summoned him in the first place.
Yeah.
He does not know whether or not that suspicion or information has left Lou, or if anybody believes Lou. Because they have told Gwen, or will be attempting to talk to Gwen about it, but have not done so yet. And will be doing
Yeah.
that in the mini session soon.
Yeah. I don't know. I can, though, hang around the boxcar and see if they do arrive to try to talk to Gwen and listen in.
If it happens, I want you to put yourself in a position that is advantageous to your team. Make yourself indispensable again. It's not yet time for you to take the mask off, but when it is, I want you ready.
Of course.
And I asked you once if you would be a part of my harmony. Is
My
your
answer
answer the
has
same?
it hasn't changed.
Nicole,
What?
we need Swan Song. Orin will explain more. Nicole pauses and looks at Orin.
Warren gives her a smile. It's not bad. I think you'll like it.
Okay.
Hal's gonna pop his head out from under a chair. Anything you want me to do?
Actually, can I use uh the new kid's help?
What do you need?
Just traps. Ideas, along with Jace as well.
Allian, are you cool with that?
I can do traps. Sure,
Okay.
I can. Maybe some poisons. I don't know.
Yeah, that would
Okay.
be nice too.
All right. Okay, Callian, you're helping Six.
Okay.
Jay steps out of the back room. Okay. It's going to take the voice about 3 months to repair the grand relay and the byline. So we've got time. In the meantime, I have to give Thomas updates, statuses on the candidates. I'm going to be as hopefully useless as possible. I can't give him nothing, but I can't give away their position. It would not do for the voice to get a little overzealous and grab them before we're ready.
Warren has a slightly curious look on his face. I have a suggestion for you.
Fire away.
Figure out what you want to tell him in advance. Be recalcitrant and then begrudgingly comply. If you already have animosity, that should give you the ability to make him think he's winning.
Fair point. Malicious but begrudging compliance.
He should be expecting it, which means you'll play right into his anticipation.
Act exactly the way he expects me to. Easy enough. I'm not a fan of Thomas anyway. I'm less a fan of his son.
Well,
Actually, that's a tough decision.
if you play everything right, you'll be able to remove them both.
Right?
And isn't that worth a little bit of acting?
I suppose it is. Okay. As for you, you need to plan a daring rescue, don't you?
I do. A daring rescue where I'll need to be able to find you in the middle of something that I can expect you there. It's too bad my team doesn't exist anymore, as he has a very sarcastic look on his face.
Zeke pauses. I might have an opportunity for you in that case.
And what's that?
2 birds, 1 stone. Ingratiate yourself to the keynote, and your mentee here. And he strokes Flora's hair.
Before I say anything, the keynote is Ambria, right?
Yes.
So, well, if you want to ingratiate Orin to her, why not just have him, to the club's eyes at least, win some victory over you?
It needs to be a balancing act. We can't have the club thinking that they're gaining an edge, but we also can't have them thinking they're losing. It would need to look like you risked your life for it. Which I think we can pull off pretty well.
We should be able to.
When I schedule my encore, once it ends, once she's ready to take her new hostage back, I can renege on the deal, and you can complete it.
Most agreeable.
We'll buy you some clout. It might close an avenue or two for me, but that's fine. I have other options. I'll make the sacrifice.
Warren considers Zeke and then nods agreement. A good play then.
Mm-hmm. We'll have to make it real good. She's, got what she calls a bullshit detector.
Well, I'll see how good my silver tongue can be. I think the largest problem will be not them, but if any of the voices decide to step in.
We can prevent that from happening.
Let's make sure we do.
Zeke looks at Callian. You follow the Reaper, right?
Yeah,
I'm sure you've seen her symbol then, haven't you?
of course.
Did you notice anything about it?
You're talking about the eye.
Mm-hmm. How would you feel about backing me up?
Sure. Whatever it takes.
Good. I like your initiative. Then we have our blinding agent. Keep voices out of this.
I'll keep them off.
Okay. Zeke gets to his feet. I need to make a call. And he will step into the back room. Nicole has finished dumping booze into this bucket. You can smell it even if you're not standing near it.
Nicole, dear,
What?
you are going to actually need to eat something this time. We'll split that.
There's
I feel
cheeseburgers
that
in the
if
back.
I feel that if someone lit a match, it would explode the entire building.
Better not light a match then.
Not going to.
Orin is going to go and see if he can put together some form of food to soak some of that for her.
Irene leans up and says, "You're really planning to party tonight, aren't you?"
Yeah. Look, I had to have another conversation with my mother, and I would like to forget it now.
I can help with that.
Then go grab me another bottle of booze.
Why not?
What do you want for food, dear?
I want a cheeseburger. And fries.
Very good. And he just goes to start making one.
He smiles.
We have some in the fridge and some frozen stuff in the freezer as well. Irene calls over her shoulder.
Nicole, dear, do you want that or do you want something at least a little more made?
No.
You want greasy?
Yes, please.
All right.
This is why Irene offers crappy food as an option.
Orin will cook the crappy food well, so it's going to be the best damn greasy shit.
It needs to be for the amount of alcohol she's about to imbibe.
Yeah, that's why he's making sure she has some food.
Nicole is planning to get white girl wasted.
But they will be good fries, which is an
Yes.
important part of a greasy cheese. I'm imagining the cheeseburger from the menu, by the way.
Yes.
That's
Oh,
what
wait.
he's making her. That's what he's
Compare-
fucking doing.
I'm gonna compare something to Team A real quick. Team Bad Intentions is able to have bonding moments far easier than our main good guy team
At least
that
for,
is built
for all the
upon trust
stars.
and love.
For all the stars, the Misfits bond really well. All the fucking chaos that happens when Cerberus plugs in a blender.
Don't talk about that. I'm still traumatized. Okay, fucking darkness. Ah, darkness is
Talking
just like,
like
oh, things go burr. This is great. Oh, person is screaming.
This
Oh.
just shows the power of friendship is better powered off of mutual hate than anything else, evidently.
We're talking about the blender.
What, Raven?
Taco threatens people with fucking Molotovs or trash
Sure
cans
does.
that are on fire. Go.
Zeke comes
Bubbles,
back out
it has already been talked about.
several times.
Yep.
Zeke steps back out of the back room.
That was quick.
Riding with Mordecai. He's on board. Any resources you need, let him know.
Of course.
All right, bad guys. Does anybody want to do anything else?
Orin will set the burger and fries down near Nicole and give her a bottle of ketchup.
Cyrene gives Nicole a kiss in the cheek when she gives her the more booze, which is a bad opinion in Cyrene's opinion, but you don't argue with Nicole about booze.
No.
Callie,
Nor do you
Callie's
get in
gonna
between
stick
her
his
and her
head
snacks. Go ahead.
Callie's gonna stick his head in the toilet to, from earlier.
Oh, yeah, you need to go throw up. Have
Yeah,
fun.
he's gonna take care of that.
Good luck. Okay.
Because it's getting drunk with Nicole.
All right.
Yeah,
Enjoy
we
that
haven't started.
hangover. Does Nicole want more company in her drinking? Is Orin going to be drinking too?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to argue with her?
No, he doesn't know where the scalpel is right now.
That is always the question, isn't it? Where's the scalpel?
Where is the scalpel? Because if you say no, the scalpel might be inside of you very shortly.
Okay. Zeke gets back to his feet, slides his hands into his pockets. All right. If you need me, text me. And Zeke departs. For what? I don't know.
I'll let you know.
Great.
Also, can I use this time of hanging out with Nicole to try to figure out another one of her aspects via empathy?
You may want to wait until she's drunk.
Well, yeah. But I imagine we're going to call curtains before that.
Yes. But yes. Okay. In that case, let us finish our session. This is
Hey,
fine.
you know what's really good about this? We went a whole bad guy session with no kills.
I was going to say, we didn't move the body count up once.
Yeah. We did real great.
We just killed someone's spirit, that's all.
And we
She was only
terrified
dead on
5
the
other people.
inside. She was only dead on the inside with a shift of 12.
Yeah, it's fine. The lay on hands kid had they had repeatedly that much damage. There was nothing
Yes.
left.
No. Edna's gonna get up in the morning. And she's gonna have a different worldview. So that's neat.
You see, we broadened her point of view forcibly, with no mercy.
Yes.
I have some terrible ideas. I hope you understand.
I have many terrible ideas.
Welcome to Team Bad Intentions.
I mean, Orin is just bad ideas with 2 legs.
Cyrene's trouble is so fucking active right now.
This is fine. Anyway,
Everything's fine.
thank you all for participating tonight. Say
Oh,
goodbye
yeah,
to chat.
we get refresh, right?
Bye-bye.
You will get a point of refresh. Everyone gets a point.
Bye.
Bye, have
Yay.
a beautiful time.
Goodbye, everyone.
Well, nobody died. You know, it's fine. This is fine. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in tonight to the Dark Side of the Moon. This is awful. Bad guys did some stuff tonight. Tomorrow we will be back with the Misfits. We will be over on Vinzilla 101's channel. As the Misfits go after the DJ booth and see if we can punch DJ Tim in the nuts. But in any case, we will be back on Tuesday. All the stars will be back on Tuesday with the horror show follow up to the hostage exchange. Yeah, it happens. At least he didn't do anything else creepy. So it could have been worse. I will catch you guys later. Have a good night. Thank you again for tuning in. We will be back on Tuesday. Stay awake.